Are we up and running? Are we up and running? What is all this? There's different authorization bullshits I have to go through, I guess. But what's going on? Why is the chat all like cut off? Hey, it's been the first time in a long time I've streamed. It's been like, sheesh. 3 years? 2 years? Shit. You know? Craziness. But what's going on? Fucking football, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be a live commentary play-by-play of the first preseason game of the 2026 Minnesota Vikings season. Alright, just gotta make sure that everything is good, handy dandy. Oh, I guess this is just... Oh, okay. What am I looking at? Okay. Sheesh. I don't know how this is gonna go. But, hey, we're doing this live, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing this live. Here, I just want to hear. I wonder if the audio sounds alright. Whoa. Don't mind the echo, but yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. Finally, this season has been taking so long. I've been anticipating it for so long. It's definitely got me really excited for a multitude of reasons. Just due to hopefully having better quarterback play this year. Obviously, with, you know, all my videos and everything, it definitely shows a side of me where it's like, you know, going more towards JJ McCarthy, which isn't the case. I just like making that kind of content, but definitely, like, I didn't care who the quarterback one was, if I'm being honest. Just as long as Kevin O'Connell was confident in their ability to play the quarterback position at a high level and at a better level than it was last year. It's just, you know, everybody knows how it went. It's unfortunate, and it definitely, I feel for McCarthy in many different ways, but obviously there just wasn't enough on tape and just in practice, especially for this season, to squeak out and to get that starting quarterback job. And then it's a huge controversy because everybody's like, oh, it was a fake QB competition and this, that, and the third, right? Which I could agree with to an extent. I still think that O'Connell definitely wanted to give McCarthy a chance. Just for the sole fact that he was 10th overall in the first round. And yeah, just as simple as that. All reports were just really just honing in that Kwesi was the one that was really pushing for McCarthy instead of Sam Darnold, and Kevin O'Connell was pushing for Sam Darnold, and whenever they had or continue with JJ McCarthy, he wanted Aaron Rodgers. I don't know how true that is, but that's pretty much the narrative that was going around. for a while. And but yeah, I mean, he gave him a fair shake. Maybe because people said it's a sham, it was fake, it was a fake QB competition, but I definitely think that they're like, okay, he shown a lot of flashes at the last 4 games that he played in the 2025 season, and so they're like, maybe he could take like a huge leap for the starting job. Like his mechanics will just fix itself, and his processing will be a lot better. His layering the ball is going to be a lot better. But he did improve with a lot of the clips that I saw and a lot of different reports from Vikings insiders, is that he was performing. He was doing a lot better than, people kind of anticipated, and he took a good leap, but just not the necessary leap for him to win that starting QB job, unfortunately. And it's hard because, of course, you're going up against Kyler Murray. For some reason, everybody turned their heads whenever it came to Kyler Murray. Everybody thought of him as a really, top tier quarterback, a top 15 quarterback. And then out of nowhere, once he gets into Minnesota, everybody's heads are kind of turning the opposite way of his skill level and just the kind of quarterback he is. Yes, of course, there is a lot of concerns, understandable and rightful concerns whenever it comes to Kyler Murray, just for the sense of him being a shorter quarterback. I can understand that. And just how the league has just been turning into this giant fest of, people at the line, defensive linemen and offensive linemen, where these guys are just, every guy is just like 6'6" plus, 280 plus pounds, and so it's definitely an understandable concern, but he is very elusive and very quick, especially when he's in the pocket and scrambles out of the pocket, right? But I could understand that concern for sure. But my biggest concern, and I feel like a lot of Vikings fans have this same concern as me, is his injury history. And for him to be in the league this is his 8th year. He's only had about, I think, like 3 full seasons fully healthy. And I think there was a stat where it said in the last 5 years, he's only had like 1 season where he was fully healthy. And that's a huge concern, especially in this quarterback room for the Vikings, because obviously we saw McCarthy's really grueling injuries throughout the whole season, right? And even in the 2024 season, like, he missed the entire season and then comes back, and then everything is, he's just getting hurt a lot, unfortunately. So it's definitely causes a lot of concern. And also, in kind of like another topic, people talk about how McCarthy's time is done in Minnesota, and he's either going to get traded, ask for a trade, or whatever, right? I feel like that's, in all sense of the word, just a really, really idiotic mindset in a weird way, just in general, for especially the Vikings organization. Going back to the injury history. So let's just say McCarthy or Kyler Murray gets hurt and he's out for 2 games. Would you rather go with Carson Wentz or JJ McCarthy? I would, give the nod a little bit more to JJ McCarthy, just for the sole fact of he's a younger guy. He's, more elusive, and I can understand, pushing towards Carson Wentz, but at the same time is that regardless of if Carson Wentz or JJ McCarthy will get that number 2 spot, even though Kevin O'Connell has already, like, without hesitation, has, made it clear that JJ McCarthy is QB2, is that you need to establish a very, very, very comfortable and reliable QB room, because that shit will just get demolished, and like your whole, like everything, your whole offense is just demolished, because look what happened last year. JJ McCarthy gets down, Carson Wentz comes in, he wins up against Cincinnati, even though it wasn't a Carson Wentz thing, it was just a Minnesota Vikings defense thing. And then the next 2 weeks, loses against Pittsburgh, and then loses, or squeaks out a win against Cleveland. But after that, shit show. Turns out Carson Wentz during the whole time is playing with like a hurt shoulder the whole time, right? And so and then you have to go to Max Brosmer, and a lot of that, unfortunately, like, everybody was like, "Oh, look at this Max Brosmer guy, man! Like, he's going crazy," but in the off season, in the preseason, and everything, and then it turns out he's really bad, and so you gotta have an established QB room, If I'm pretty confident that McCarthy's time in Minnesota is not done, for the sole fact that due to his Kyler Murray's history of injuries, he's gonna get hurt some time of the year, maybe just one game, but then McCarthy could come and show that he's a decent quarterback and he could do it, at least a good number 2, right? That's never a bad thing. It's always good to have a good number 2, because you don't need a number 2 to be a starting caliber quarterback. You just need to have a number 2 that's being a good number 2, where you either need them to win you a fucking, or you either need them to win you 1 or 2 games, and maybe even 3. That's what you need. And that's why, used to be Viking, Teddy Bridgewater was really good. Because he stepped to the plate whenever whoever got hurt, and he was a solid QB2, And so it's always good to have a good QB room, because whenever you don't, it's evident that it causes a lot of issues, especially for the Minnesota Vikings last year. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. And also, people also have to understand how lucky the Minnesota Vikings are to get somebody like Kyler Murray in that QB room. Very lucky. I don't think, obviously there's, certain Vikings fans that do understand it, but they just kind of listen to the whole outside noise, I guess, whenever it comes to Kyler Murray, and just like, oh, his work ethic and all, he's so short and this, that, and the third, right? And it's like, I also understand that concern whenever it comes to his work ethic, because it was a topic at one point in time of his lack of work ethic, I guess. And it's funny because I never knew this and I never saw this, but he had a press conference addressing the media about that, personally, about his work ethic. And I loved what he said. It was 4 years ago, but I loved what he said. He pretty much was saying, he was like, in high school, go 43-0. Yeah, people talk about his high school, but it's never been done before. Go to college, win the Heisman, go into the NFL draft, get drafted first overall, go to MLB, get drafted 9th overall, never done before, goes into the NFL, wins Offensive Rookie of the Year, 2 Pro Bowls, What else did he say? And I guess too that he's top 5 in completion percentage of all time, which is nuts as well. And so that's a huge, like, there's nothing to shake about that, right? And I think I mentioned the Heisman. I mentioned, but he was just naming all these different kinds of achievements that not a lot of players can even get near, right? But the biggest thing, he was like, that just wasn't earned. That was due to the fact that he was working hard, and he even said he's flattered that everybody thinks that he could just lazy around and all that stuff could just be brought to him. And so yeah, it's interesting for sure, and especially now I'm really confident and I'm really excited to see like what kind of steps he can make for this Vikings offense and just for the team in whole, because as a quarterback you got to be a leader. Things that I understand but don't necessarily agree with was whenever he's doing these press conferences with the Vikings, is that he was really talking about how he likes leading by example, which is good, which is a very, very nice trait to have as a quarterback, and is very necessary for a quarterback, is leading by example for your peers, your offensive line, or just the offense in general, and even for the defense. But he hasn't touched on being that kind of leader where he will pat you on the back and say, hey, no, you're all good, we got this, and then, helping each other, right? I don't know, from a standpoint of me just sitting in this chair and then he's out on the field, so I don't know what he's doing with the teammates and how he's going to be with his new teammates whenever it comes to today's game and during the regular season. But of course there has to be a certain step towards being a huge leader, and that's why I idolize him really. Justin Jefferson is really admirable due to the fact that he became just a straight leader. There's so many clips of him in practice, especially this practice now, and it's probably due to him being a veteran and just really familiar with the system and just wanting to be that guy to help these younger guys, Miles Price, Jordan Addison, Jawan Jennings, anybody, Jayshon Jones, anybody, right? He's a wide receiver, I think so. To be that leader for these guys, that because obviously everybody needs that sort of guidance whenever they're doing new things, especially whenever it comes to the NFL for these rookies. Ty Fallon, I forgot Ty Fallon. How did I forget Ty Fallon? I'll get to him in a bit, but in all these different clips that I'm seeing of Justin Jefferson, is he's coaching these guys while also being a player, telling them, hey, good stuff, yeah, way better, and stuff like that, right? And that's what you need, and that's what I hope that Kyler Murray is doing for this Minnesota Vikings team, because I think it's definitely, it benefits everybody to have a collective and just have multiple kind of leaders in the room, because obviously the main leader is Kevin O'Connell, quarterback, obviously Justin Jefferson, so it has to all, it's just for the better, just having all those minds together and having all those leaders in one room is definitely more beneficial than not. And so, yeah, I'm just eager. I'm pretty sure, I hope, Kyler Murray, it isn't just one drive. I hope it's a whole quarter. And even if it isn't a whole quarter, I want like at least like up to like 3 to 4 drives from Kyler, just to get a sense. And that was definitely the biggest issue and the biggest thing that I feel like definitely played a huge part in J.J. McCarthy's quarterback play last year, is that he didn't get a lot of playing time. I definitely think it is very necessary for any player to get as many game-like reps as much as possible for the sake of whenever it does get to the regular season, you're as prepared as you can be. I get sitting people down and resting and whatnot, just because, for example, I don't really expect Justin Jefferson to be out there the entire time, of course. But there is, some room, and you can make an argument that he should kind of be out there. And of course, you want to be cautious because you don't want to get these guys injured and whatnot. And I definitely think that played a huge part in last year with the decision to only have JJ McCarthy do one drive due to his lengthy, or not his lengthy, but due to his big-time injury in the 2024 season. But you can't predict injuries, unfortunately, and you can't prepare for them, So, in my opinion, definitely, Kyler should go out there for at least a whole quarter. And then the rest, if you want to alternate between McCarthy, Wentz, Rosemer, fine by me. Not the biggest deal, because they're going to get a majority of those snaps anyways. And I hate this whole idea because people are kind of using McCarthy in the preseason as like an audition for other NFL teams, which I just think is ludicrous and just absolutely just dumb. In all sense of the word, I just don't see any positives of trading somebody like JJ McCarthy out, because we're going to get a maximum a 6-rounder, maximum. What is that going to do for this Minnesota Vikings team? It's just going to be worse for us, Yes, people like to talk about how McCarthy is worse and it's probably better to have him off the team than not, but it's just like, no, us Vikings fans have seen the flashes. It isn't spectacular flashes, but it was definitely improvement, and impressive improvement, from the beginning of the season, of the 2025 season, to the end of the 2025 season. So it's just, it doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. I'd rather keep JJ McCarthy than anything. And like I said, for the sole fact as well, for knowing that Murray has a history of injuries. And like I said earlier, I can almost guarantee that JJ McCarthy is going to at least start one game in the 2026 season for the Minnesota Vikings. Yeah, I don't know. People just like to jump the gun on stuff, Those are the same kind of people that were like, oh, get Darnold out of here, Get him out of here. And it's like, okay, so. But whatever, dude, whatever. So. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a very, very exciting day. I'm very, very intrigued with how this Minnesota Vikings team has been playing. And how they've been conducting themselves. And the biggest thing that I think is going to kind of turn heads for this Minnesota Vikings team on the offensive side, because we all know, everybody knows around the league, especially Minnesota Vikings fans, about the Brian Flores defense. It just seems like it's just gone just 10 times better, especially with these new rookies that have been standout. Caleb Banks has been really, he's been turning heads, but hasn't been taking a lot of snaps, but he has been, from reports, really good. Dominique Orange, same thing. Jay Golday has been turning a lot of heads. He's been put into a fire pit, essentially, if you want to say, and come out pretty much unscathed. Brian Flores has been throwing a lot at him. He's been stepping up to the plate and handling it very, very well, from what I've been hearing, with different positions and just being a versatile player, I guess. And that's also, it's a great sign, especially losing a key player like Harrison Smith. You kind of need to have a versatile room to really benefit that backside of the Minnesota Vikings defense for sure. And it seems like Brian Flores really likes doing that. To have a lot of versatile guys, not just necessarily like, oh, this is your position and your position only. That's why it seems like they brought in Jamal Adams to be that kind of guy where he's playing safety and also linebacker. But I guess whenever he was with the Las Vegas Raiders, Jamal Adams, he was playing a lot of linebacker. But now he's kind of shifting back into that safety position, but kind of playing both, and that creates a great kind of foundation for this defense, because it could definitely distract these whoever's on the other side of the field, and so that's great that Jay Golday is taking that huge step for the Vikings defense. And also the star of pretty much the entire camp has been Charles Demings. And Charles Demings, everybody's been talking about his inspirational quotes and everything, but especially his play on the field. Many reports and many videos have come out of him locking down Justin Jefferson, having, contested catches and batting them down and everything. So it's great to hear that, especially with the history of the Vikings drafting corners and them just not working out, or just signing corners in free agency and them just not working out. And so it sucks, but at the same time, it's great and a breath of fresh air to have somebody like Charles Demings to take that huge step for this Vikings defense and have some positivity in the room. Mr. Double Tap, let's go Giants. Hey, all I can say is prepare for a storm, because this Minnesota Vikings defense or just this Minnesota Vikings team finna go crazy. No, I'm just kidding. But let's kind of talk about the Giants a little bit. Brian Daboll gone in the middle of the season, which in my opinion I thought was a really idiotic idea. And quite frankly, they got pretty lucky for Harbaugh to get canned and then them being able to sign him. But they look pretty promising. There's definitely some quarterback controversy whenever it comes to just Jackson Dart and his ability to take that next step and to being the leader that they need. But obviously, we all know Harbaugh is a really good coach for the most part. You still got Cam Scatteraboo, signed what's-his-face, Alvar, that defensive lineman. And so you got Malik Neighbors. They got Isaiah Likely. So they're pretty promising. And so I'm definitely actually really curious to see how they do in this game, and how long and how much time Jackson Dart is going to be on that field as well. Really curious. I just hope there's no injuries. Everybody talks about the MetLife turf. So at either side of the ball, I just don't want to see anybody get injured, because that sucks, But yeah, like I said, the Giants look pretty promising. I wouldn't doubt it, but they're in a tough division, tough division. We'll see how the Commanders do in that division. Obviously, we all knew what the hell happened last year whenever it came to the Commanders, but still got JD5 there. Haven't really been paying attention to like the defensive side, but hopefully they shored up that. But yeah, I'm just really excited to see what these guys cook up. Both of them, of course, biased towards the Vikings, because yeah, obviously. But let's go. Regardless, it's fucking football season, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get fucking hyped in this bitch. But going back to the Vikings, also the biggest thing that the Vikings have and reporters have been talking about is their kind of new philosophy and whenever it comes to the offensive run game. People have been noticing how the Vikings offense has really been shifting towards kind of like a run heavy kind of offense, where Kevin O'Connell is starting to run the shotgun a lot more and also pistol formation. And that also just really, really, really complements Kyler Murray's game and I've been studying a lot of Kyler Murray recently, and it's right, like Kyler Murray majority of the time is in the gun or in pistol formation. And so that's just great that they're adapting to Kyler's strengths. A lot of people are going to say, oh, now they're going to now they're helping the quarterback in their strengths, and they're going to be obviously talking about JJ McCarthy and that helping towards his strengths whenever it comes to how he plays the quarterback position, which was in college a run heavy kind of offense. And so, but regardless, you want to have a positive run, kind of in between run heavy kind of offense, just for the sole fact that you don't constantly want to be having your quarterback throwing the ball 50 plus times every game. You know, you want to help him as much as possible. But whenever it comes to that time where if the opposing defense is locking down that run, then you have somebody like Kyler Murray to step up to the plate and let that ball fly. And I feel like he's very capable of that. And so, yeah, man, I'm just excited that, you know, Kevin O'Connell has definitely changed his philosophy and just kind of like the way that he's approaching his offense. And I could definitely say that I think his name is Frank Smith. He's our newest addition to the Vikings, and he's our assistant head coach. And I guess Frank Smith was in Miami, and he was very, very, very a kind of run heavy kind of play caller. And so he's also been helping with the offensive line and kind of helping their system be better towards the run. And that is just music to my ears, essentially. So obviously our running back room is kind of a little bit shaky. We have obviously an aging Aaron Jones, in my opinion, a very explosive and very versatile kind of quarterback running back in Jordan Mason. And then we signed Damon Claiborne, which I've been hearing he's a speedster. And so, and also has been taking punt returns and kick returns. So we'll see if he's in that position, if, you know, somebody like Miles Price is down and whatnot. So, but running back room, definitely questionable. I definitely want to see that run game majority of the time, actually. I'm kind of more excited towards the run game than seeing Kyler Murray, just for the sole fact that we've all seen what Kyler Murray could do. It's just when can he do it, and like, yeah, just when can he do it during the game. But I'm definitely excited because obviously during pretty much Kevin O'Connell's tenure, the run game hasn't been anything special. Obviously there has been good schemes towards it, but Kevin O'Connell is just a pass heavy kind of coach, and that's how he's always been. And so, which is not a bad thing in any sense of the word, but you got to be versatile in your offense, and the run game is a great way to be versatile. So I'm very, very excited to see the new kind of that offense kind of shift into that sort of thing. And so that's my biggest thing that I'm looking for. Is there anything else that I'm like excited to see? I mean, I just know that the defense is going to be like pretty good, even with the secondaries. I'm really confident in that room. I actually do really want to see, and this kind of goes into back to the run game, is our offensive line. Obviously, our offensive line was really, really bad last year. You could talk about injuries and whatnot, but you're in the NFL. You need to kind of play like an NFL caliber kind of O-line, right? But Darisaw has reported that he feels just as good as he did right before he tore his ACL back in 2024. Donovan Jackson was playing with a fractured left hand and still did really well for the Vikings, and so he's fully healthy, and I'm really excited to see how much he's improved in his position. Huge question mark is our center, Blake Brandel. Obviously last year, Ryan Kelly kept going down with concussions constantly, which really sucks and caused him to retire. And here comes Michael Juergens. Unfortunately, got hurt as well. We had no other centers. And then we're like, hey, Blake Brandel, you've been here for a little bit. How about you come in and take your first ever snaps? Mind you, Blake Brandel has never, ever played center pretty much his entire career. And he stepped up to the plate and played pretty decent for the most part throughout the whole season. And so, like, that's nice. But we have to see if he could keep that consistency and but flourish and be that guy that we solely need for this offensive line. That's definitely the biggest question mark for the offensive line for sure. But then you got Will Fries, another pretty decent concern on that end, just for the sole fact that he seems decently injury prone. Obviously, whenever he signed him, he was coming off of a broken leg. Comes back, gets beat up here and there. But in this season, during minicamp, he actually missed some time due to, I think he just had like a little bit of a hamstring injury, but luckily he was back at minicamp a couple days ago before they got to MetLife. So another question mark, Will Fries kind of injury prone. And then you got Brian O'Neill, obviously big time news of him getting a contract extension, which is great. But obviously he's an aging offensive lineman, and so, but he has been still pretty decently consistent. So I want to see that continue from him. And so, yeah, that's definitely the biggest question mark as well for that offense, is just how's the offensive line going to hold up. But I'm also confident whenever it doesn't hold up, because Kyler Murray, man, whenever it came to Arizona, every single like highlight that Kyler had, or majority of Kyler's highlights, was him scrambling out of there due to his offensive line just being straight trash, straight trash. So that's a positive, is Kyler Murray's athletic abilities of scrambling and finding somebody down the field. And he's very capable, especially now, finding players like Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Jawan Jennings, Ty Felton, TJ Hawkinson, Josh Oliver. Now he's very, very, very capable of finding those caliber kind of people, because you will find them open. You will. Of course you will. So I'm just excited, man, to see what this little guy could do, man. Very, very excited. We're about 18 minutes out until kickoff commences for this game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see here. My ear irritated. What the hell? Look at Justin Jefferson, man. So inspirational. And I just hope for a breakout season for Justin Jefferson. We shall see, we shall see. And that's the thing too, is that, of course, like, people just talk about, oh, you just need to feed Justin Jefferson just to keep him happy. It's like, no, it's not about keeping him happy. It's because he's a game changer, man. It's not just because we're trying to keep him happy. It's because he's just that good where giving him the ball just shifts the whole game. You know, that's what we need, right? So I people just kind of get that wrong. It's like, it's not about keeping him happy. Yes, of course, yeah, there is some motivation just to keep the guy happy, but it's kind of just more than that. You have to feed him the ball because he changes the game. If you just feed him the ball, then you're good, you know, because he's making plays out there, you know. So yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't even know if he's gonna be out there. I saw a clip where he's, you know, catching balls and stuff, but I would hope that they just send all the starters for at least 2 drives. Like I said, I want Kyler Murray just to be out there for a full quarter. I need to see what he does because I want to get as much of a feel. Because what if for the first drive he has 2 really good passes, but then they just have to either punt or make a field goal? We haven't seen him in the red zone or anything, so I would like to see him at least get to the red zone and see his red zone play and everything. So but we'll see. I'm not Kevin O'Connell, so we shall see. But let's get hyped. Let's get freaking hyped, ladies and gentlemen. We are very, very close for the first 2026 Minnesota Vikings versus New York Giants preseason game. Oi, oi, oi. Ladies and germs. I hope that I could watch it on my computer. If not, then I'm just going to watch it on my phone. Not the biggest deal. But yeah. And I haven't live streamed this so long. Holy shit. It's literally been, before I started doing this Minnesota Vikings stuff, I was just doing random stuff, and that was like almost 3 years ago. I want to say it's probably like 3 years ago, if I'm being honest. But hey, I'm back. I am back. And then I'm also intrigued to see how JJ McCarthy, because also he's going to be, you know, probably taking a majority of, you know, this preseason game after Kyler Murray is sat, or at least I would hope so, to see JJ McCarthy more than I expect, just to see his improvements and also just help him grow as a player and being that QB2 that I'm confidently, like I said earlier, pretty confident that he's going to have to be whenever Kyler Murray goes down with an injury. Of course, the best thing that with McCarthy's luck, how it's gone, is that Kyler Murray is just going to play the entire season. But statistically and just historically with Kyler Murray, he's going to get injured at one point in time. So, Come on. Let's get this shit started, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, I look dumb with my hair. Ugh. It's all just up in my face. Usually I have a hat on, but trying something new today. Still waiting to get in here. Still waiting. But also, I'm going to be, doing live play-by-play commentaries every single game, especially whenever it comes to the regular season. Mainly just covering the Minnesota Vikings. Maybe one day, if this becomes anything, then if I'm getting, really comfortable and stuff, then I'll start springing out to like primetime games that are out Monday night, Thursday nights, whatever, international games and whatnot. So tune in for that. Very, very excited. Very, very excited. Oh, shit. It's all up in my ears, homie. Which player are you guys excited to see out there? I would say just an individual player that I'm really excited for is K1, for sure. Just for the sole fact of what can he do, showing positivity and what to look forward to for the regular season. So excited for that. And also, I just feel like a lot of people are like overlooking the Vikings a little bit. Not in the sense of like, I mean, kind of like they're underrating the Vikings. But I also just feel like the Vikings team as a whole is a powerhouse in a weird way. Brian Flores' defense seems like it's just gotten even better than last year, and his defense was top 5 in the league for sure. And I'm kind of expecting his defense this year to be top 3. So that hasn't changed. We just added what it seems like younger, better pieces towards especially the line. And the big thing that was missing and the big elephant in the room whenever it came to the offense was the quarterback position. And as long as, like I said, Kyler Murray stays healthy, it's going to be light years better than what we have with McCarthy. In my opinion, people are thinking like he's on the same level as McCarthy, or at least talking like he's on the same level as McCarthy, which is really strange to me, but it is what it is. But we are 9 minutes away from kickoff, ladies and gentlemen. I keep sniffling for some reason, like, I don't know if it's my room or not. Come on. They should just let us be watching them right now. It's about to be kickoff, bruh. Ay, how nervous. Nervous. But see, how do you guys like my whatchamadill? My scoreboard. Type in the chat if you know what this is, the scoreboard. Ugh. Type in chat if you know what this scoreboard is. This took me forever to make too. It was So long. So long. And my hair keeps coming out all flat. Looks all stupid. I know I'm all insecure about my hair right now. Whatever, man. Whatever. I'm gonna look stupid anyways. Who said that? Screw the Vikings? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Oh, man. It keeps getting in my ears, man. Am I going to show the game when it's on? Unfortunately not. That is illegal, my friend. It's just going to be a live play-by-play commentary. I'm going to do my best job to convey to you guys the game with my voice. So, then bye. Appreciate you for the 2 seconds. Yeah, Skull Vikings, Mr. Bad. Ball damn. Appreciate you for stopping by. Yeah, it is pretty easy to find. You could find, pirated stuff, but, no showing the game, unfortunately. I don't want to get my stream taken down. My first day streaming, so. Maybe I could just have... Fuck. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's just always so great whenever the football season is back, isn't it, man? It's just the sky looks bluer, the fucking sun seems brighter. Just life just seems so great whenever football is back, man. Sheesh. I'm just so excited, especially for this season for the Vikings because, ooh man, we got Kyler Murray. Snapping the ball for this Minnesota Vikings team. Very, very excited. Man. Very, very excited. Why is it not pulling up? Here, let me... Well, everybody in the chat, what are your guys' predictions for this game? It could be individual players or it could just be in a general sense of who's winning. And also, what do you guys want to see for anybody? 24-0 Giants. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. With the Vikings' luck, that will happen. Why is there like a sound playing whenever? Do you guys hear that sound whenever there's like a chat or whenever you guys type in the chat? There's like a weird sound. I hope the Giants don't come out looking like shit. Fair. I mean, everybody kind of wants that, Nobody wants to see their team looking like shit. So you guys are all Giants fans, I guess. If earlier I was talking about them, you don't think you heard it? Okay, just making sure, because there's like this weird like little bling whenever you guys type in the chat, so I don't know. But yeah, the Giants, I mean, I'm not like super high on the Giants, but I feel like they could be a lot better. Just for the sole fact of getting Harbaugh. Jackson Dart, obviously there's a question mark there, but he could definitely step it up. Shown flashes throughout the 2025 season. What else? Scadaboo's back. Malik Neighbors is back. So lots of positive stuff to take from that New York Giants team. I'm a Giants fan living in the middle of Philly. Oh man, you probably get an earful walking around with a Malik Neighbors jersey or a Jackson Dart jersey. That must be tough. Oh, he's still on IR? Really? Oh shit. I thought he was out practicing. But hopefully by opening, for sure, for sure. Man, it's not showing the stream. Maybe I do have to look at it on my phone. He's practicing red jersey though. I mean, yeah, as long as he's practicing, regardless of what he's doing or what he's not doing. He's practicing. The boy's practicing. Okay, it seems like I have to just watch it on me phone here. Ladies and germs. No, it's still maybe once it pops up at 11, so. Yeah, me too, cause he's a bulldozer, man. Yeah, he's wild as hell. Wild. It's just that his kind of way of playing the game is very destructive. It's admirable, you know. It causes a lot of people, you know, not to want to tackle the guy, but yeah, it could cause a lot of issues up in the old noodle here and other parts of his body. So, but yeah, no, Sky, he was the Vikings could have actually taken him in the draft, but and we're looking for a running back, I guess. Oh, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the game. Oh man, oh man. Is the audio good and everything? Like, I've prefaced this before, but it's been a long time since I've streamed, but is it too loud? Or the mic, is it too loud? Is it not loud enough? Bruh. They're showing a little New York Giants like motivation like montage thing right now. Now they got Jackson Dart narrating, but he just sounds so dry. But as you guys are Giants fans, what are your guys' predictions or like win predictions for this season? And what are you guys' openers too? I don't even know who you guys play week 1. Hard to say right now, for sure. New York Giants football, he says. Gonna see how the preseason goes with new coaching, for sure. It definitely is like a question mark for sure, and it definitely is scary whenever you get new coaching staff and everything. Because you're like, how's it gonna be? But Harbaugh, I'm pretty confident in his ability to at least give you guys at least a winning record. But hopefully a winning season and playoff berth for sure. Yeah. For sure. MetLife, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Arval Reese, that's his name. Arval Reese. And I've heard he's been doing well in the in camp as well. Church being stupid. Okay, now they're just commentating. Hasn't I don't know if they've done the coin toss just yet, but we're almost there. They're edging us, I know, bruh. My sack needs to be emptied. It's been too long. Too long. I've been needing football. It's been so long. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, who's got the ball first? Okay, so the Minnesota Vikings are going to be receiving the ball. It is, who's taking that? It looks like Damon Claiborne is taking it out, and he gets stopped at their own 30-yard line. All right, and it looks, oh, what the hell, bruh? Okay, here we go. Okay, so the starters have gone out for the Minnesota Vikings, which is a great news, like I said, but hopefully at least there's a couple of drives, at least. Abdul Carter. Now, and then Kyler Murray is under center. Max Bredesen, it is kind of a pistol formation. Murray is under center. He takes the snap. He hands it off to Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones is to the left side. He breaks one tackle and then goes up the field on the left side for the first down and about 5 yards after the first down. There is Aaron Jones with the first down, ladies and gentlemen. Great blocking, and a great hole seeing the hole from Aaron Jones to get the first down in a little bit more. All right, now Murray is under center once again. He's got Aaron Jones in the backfield and Max Bredesen next to him. He motions Ty Felton. What a great pickup from Aaron Jones. I think that was Abdul Carter. And then Murray completes the pass to Max Bredesen for about 2, though. Oh my God, it's so weird seeing Murray in purple and gold, ladies and gentlemen. It's got me cheesing a little bit, just a little bit. No Justin Jefferson, which is fair, obviously, because he doesn't really need the practice. But now they put in Jordan Mason, and Murray is under center once again. I kind of want to see him in the gun or in pistol formation a little bit more. But there goes another handoff towards Jordan Mason, and then they're stuffed. Loss of a yard on that play. And it is third down and short, or third down and long, actually. The tackle by Abdul Carter. And who are you guys' or Denard Wilson? I was about to ask. And they show him right when I'm about to ask. Now, here we go. Murray is in the gun. He's got Jordan Mason to his left. He motions Addison into the slot. Murray takes the snap. He's looking to the right side. He throws it towards Addison, and it is a first down. What a great play by Murray and a great catch by Jordan Addison. And I also want to see more of Jordan Addison as well, just for the fact of he was dropping a lot of balls. They could call that back if they challenge it or whatever, but I don't think they will. But Murray's looking comfortable. He's not shitting his pants. Now, Murray's under center is a pistol. No, they throw the challenge flag. Oh, my God. It's fucking preseason. I was about to say, because Addison kind of, like, wobbled the ball a little bit. It didn't look like he had possession of it whenever he came down with it. But Jim Harbaugh throws a challenge flag. It looks like his arm kind of got under it a little bit. It's kind of hard to see from that angle. It kind of does touch the ground, it looks like, from that angle for sure. But they're going to commercial break to review this catch from Jordan Addison for the first down. But so far, Murray looks pretty comfortable so far. Not like, nerves or anything. see Ty Fountain to get the ball a little bit more as well, because he's been making a huge splash for this Minnesota Vikings offense. He's been definitely like a highlight and a star kind of in training camp. So let's see what they're gonna call here. I haven't said anything just yet. Okay, yeah, okay. So it was on the broadcast. I wasn't hearing anything, but I guess they had some technical issues. Man, how was my live stream better than a fucking multi-millionaire company like CBS to not get stuff right, audio stuff right? Come on now. But this review is taking a minute, ladies and gentlemen. But it seems like they're going to call this back, unfortunately, on the Vikings. Oh, no, it's pass completed. Okay, no. So, thank you, Jordan Addison, for holding on to that ball, because it was a really good contested catch. It was kind of behind him a little bit, but he came back towards it and then fell on top of it. But his forearm was under it, and so was able to get the first down. Oh, and then stands. Yep, it was a completed catch. Call stands, because I also saw a little bit Jordan Addison's hand got under the ball a little bit as well, so that's probably why the call stands. So great effort by Jordan Addison, number 3. All right, 1st and 10 at the Giants 42. Now Murray is under center. It is pistol formation. Murray is going to take the snap, and he's going to hand it off to Aaron Jones. And then Aaron Jones finds a good little hole there for about 4 on the play. They're currently in Giants territory. And I'm glad that they're really run heavy right now. That's what I really wanted to see. And so far, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Of course, whenever you got somebody on the edge like Abdul Carter, it is a little bit hard. A scam? What's a scam? Oh, wait, I have to take off a first down. He didn't catch the ball. Well, with how it looked for... Okay, so Murray takes a snap and he gives it to Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason does a great cut down the middle for the first down, and he gets after the first down, about 7 more yards. Even the announcer said it. I mean, yeah, it just kind of sucks, but it's a preseason, but... I'll just take off 1 timeout. But what a great one by Jordan Mason. The run game has looked really solid as of right now. Now Murray motions Addison to his right side. Murray, he's going to call an audible. Can. He's under center. Christian Darrisaw couldn't hold. I think that's Abdul Carter. Or Alexander. No, it was Christian Darrisaw, but Alexander got double teamed by Blake Brandel and Donovan Jackson, but Christian Darrisaw couldn't hold whoever he was holding. I think that, like I said, I think that was Abdul Carter. But here we go. Now Murray is in the gun. He's got Aaron Jones to the left side. He's going to take the snap. He's going to hand it off to Aaron Jones, and Aaron Jones gets about 6 or 5 to 6 there on the run. Decent run. It is currently 3rd and 4 or 5. The Vikings are in the red zone. And let's see what Kevin O'Connell cooks up here, ladies and gentlemen. There's nobody in the backfield. It is a quick snap for Murray. He's looking to the left side. He gives it to Aaron Jones, and he drops it, unfortunately. Kyler Murray kind of threw it a little bit to the left side of him, out of his reach. But it is no good, and now they're bringing the field goal team. Here comes Will the Thrill Reichard. I don't know how the hell he didn't make the Pro Bowl last year. He was pretty much the best kicker last year, but no matter because he's going to make it this year. It is a 35-yard field goal. Reichard's right-footed kick is up, and it is good. All right, now Giants offense is going to be going out onto the field. From what I saw, I was liking how they, on the Vikings side of the ball, I was really liking how they were handing off the ball. Definitely, it looks a lot better than even right now from how it did last year. But play calling was a little bit suspect whenever it came to the red zone. I kind of wish they did like 2 pass plays, but it is what it is. That was on Murray because Aaron Jones, he was kind of there for the taking. I think Murray got a little bit afraid on Aaron Jones' left side of a defender, but couldn't haul it in. But Will Reichard got us 3. He got us 3. Here, let me change it up on here. 3 on the scoreboard. I would have liked to seen Jay Jets on the field, but like I've said before, he doesn't need no practice, man. But it would be nice to see him on the field catching balls from Mr. Murray. Commercial break. All right. Now, what do you Giants fans want to see out of your guys' offense? They're going to be coming up on the field here shortly. Let's see if Jackson Dart is going to go out there. I want to see myself some Jameis Winston, man. That's the go. I actually did want them to sign him like this offseason just in case if they didn't re-sign Carson Wentz or got rid of Max Brosmer. But he would have been awesome. An awesome addition to anybody's team, actually. Okay, the live stream is taking a straight shit dookie. But took a good chunk of time off the clock, which is nice. The issue is, though, is Kevin O'Connell going to send Kyler Murray out one more time? Like I said, I hope it's the whole quarter. All right, here goes the kickoff. Will Reichard's right-footed kick. And then it's going to be taken out of their own 1-yard line. He goes down, and then he gets obliterated. What a great tackle. Who's that? All right, here comes Jackson Dart for all you Giants fans out there. Look at the boy and his flowing golden locks in MetLife Stadium. All right, the crowd is roaring right now for the boy, number 6. All right, here we go. And there's Scadaboo in the backfield. Okay, Jackson Dart is under center. He's going to take the snap, and he's going to hand it off to Scadaboo, and then he gets about 4 yards, even 5 yards on the play. The Giants definitely need to shore up and have a better run defense this year. That was definitely like their downfall for sure last year, but looks like has majority of their starters. Isaiah Rodgers is there. Dallas Turner's there. Levi Drake Rodriguez is there. I don't see Dominic Orange or Caleb Banks, so they're probably just sitting them out. But here goes Jackson Dart under center. He motions and he gives it to Scatterboo once again. And he gets stuffed at the line of scrimmage for no gain. It is currently 3rd and 5 for this Giants team. Matt Nagy. Look at him, boy. Did you guys sign him this year? I don't recall Matt Nagy being on the team, but look at Isaiah Likely. I forgot he was there too. But here we go. Oh, it's 3rd and 3, actually. It's currently 3rd and 3. It looks like the Giants are in the gun. And he motions a player to the right, and he throws down, and then he's right there for the taking. Isaiah Likely for the first down and a little bit more. And then they were going to the flat because the Jackson Dart motion a player. I think that's Tracy to the right, but Van Geekel was almost there for the tick, and he could have gone for the pick six. But there goes Jackson Dart once again under center, and he's going to take the snap and he's going to hand it off to, I don't know who that is, and then he gets stuffed at the line. Great defense, and it was a tackle from Eric Wilson for no gain. Yeah, it is Tracy. I didn't know he was junior. I thought, no, whatever. But handoff heavy offenses for both teams at the moment. All right, so they're showing a lot of pressure, the Vikings are, and there's nobody in the backfield for Jackson Dart. And now there's 6 seconds on the play clock. Jackson Dart is going to take the snap. He's looking, and he's just going to do a weird spin, even though there was nobody in the backfield, and then just tosses it into the out of bounds for, I think there was just some miscommunication. He thought that Tracy was in the backfield because it looked like he was going to be like kind of like a fake handoff, but he kind of did like a ballerina spin for some reason. But it's currently 3rd and long, 3rd and 10 for this Giants offense. Jackson Dart is in the gun. He has Tracy to his right side. He's got 3 people to his left. And he's going to take the snap. They bring a lot of pressure. And then there goes Jackson Dart. And he's going to get sacked by Dallas Turner. They brought a lot of pressure. And I'm expecting Dallas Turner to have a big time season this year, a breakout season. They brought about 6 on that play. Jackson Dart was going to throw it to Isaiah Likely, but then he just pulled it back in because it was amazing coverage from the Vikings defense. And then there was Dallas Turner for the taking. And then boom, here comes the Giants punt team. And who's your guys' punter? And then there goes the right-footed kick. And then there's Miles Price. And then the ball is going to be about around the Minnesota Vikings 27. Decent play area for this Minnesota Vikings team. Defense looked really solid. Very, very happy. Wasn't expecting anything different. Stuffed the run really well. Coverage was really well. I didn't see Chuck Demings out there. I'm guessing he's going to be on the next drive or whatever. But really, really good defensive play from this Minnesota Vikings team. All right. Okay, so I'm really hoping that Kyler Murray comes out for a couple more drives. Like I said, hopefully for the rest of this quarter. But if I haven't seen enough, and if Kevin O'Connell hasn't seen enough, I definitely do want to see Kyler Murray go out there and step up for sure. But talking about the offense, run heavy on both sides, which I'm happy with whenever it comes to the Viking side of the ball because we haven't been, being able to run. But majority of the snaps were run plays, and it kind of a mixture of a lot of different guys. They had Aaron Jones out there, and then they had Max Bredesen helping for blocking, and then they had Jordan Mason out there. So pretty happy about that. Unfortunately, got in the red zone, couldn't do anything about it, but hopefully they have a big time play towards Jordan Addison or Ty Felton, and then just a bomb, and then we get into the red zone that way. But we shall see. It's currently commercial break. For some reason, the commercials are crashing the stream. There's currently 5 minutes left in the first quarter. But on a commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. Because I know we're going to get J.J. McCarthy on the field. Of course he's going to be on the field. But I want to see number one, K1, man. Numero 1. Alrighty. Great field position for this Minnesota Vikings team where the ball is placed. It seems like, oh, look at, there's Odell. I didn't see Odell on the field there. I forgot he was on the team, bro. Holy shit. As number 3, he's missing a 1 there. Kyler Murray took his 1. Okay, so now, unfortunately, it is going to be second team, and McCarthy is under center. It looks like he has Damon Claiborne in the backfield. McCarthy is going to take it himself. He's going to run it to the right side, and he gets tackled at the line of scrimmage. Unfortunately, there was just not great blocking from the offensive line there. And it is Damon Claiborne. Interesting play call. But there was just nobody there. For some reason, Damon Claiborne didn't take that from Abdul Carter. For some reason, he didn't get that block off, and then he just went through him and then got to McCarthy. But McCarthy is under center once again. He did get a yard, and it's going to be a pitch play to Damon Claiborne. He's going to the left side, and he tries to break a tackle and gets about 3 on the play. It is currently 3rd down. There was some good blocking, but just not enough. And it's currently 3rd down. McCarthy is in the gun. He's got Damon Claiborne to his left. He motions somebody to his right. He's looking, McCarthy's looking to his right side, and he heaves it, and then it's just way overthrown. Way overthrown. And it is 3 and out for this Minnesota Vikings offense. Yeah, I'm just disappointed in them not putting out K1 more. But yeah, and then it just wasn't any touch. And see, and it was a touchy kind of ball. He just has to layer it up, but just unfortunately just way over his head and wasn't able to make that play. But here's Hecker, our new punter. Unfortunately, there's no Ryan Wright, and his right-footed kick is up, and then not really a great punt, unfortunately. And then there goes the punt returner to make a great play. Got about like 14 yards there, and that was a great play from whoever that is, their punt returner. Man, I don't know why we got rid of Ryan Wright. This is a great punter. But Giants ball once again, ladies and gentlemen. Not a great scene from McCarthy's offense there. Had one weird, it looked like a weird miscommunication for the line and Damon Claiborne. He didn't pick up the Abdul Carter block there, and then Abdul Carter was able to get McCarthy. They were able to get a yard, but stopped him pretty much at the line of scrimmage. Had another run play. What was it? Yeah, a pitch play towards Damon Claiborne, and unfortunately, some decent blocks, but he got tripped up on the left side of the sideline and was able to pick up around 4 or 5 there. And then just not a great play from McCarthy. It was a great breaking route. I think that was Jayshon Jones, but just couldn't layer the ball. And so that's been a huge problem for McCarthy, is layering that ball. Because if he would have zipped it in there, it would have been the defender could have gotten a hand in there. But unfortunately, just still having the layering issues. And that's also inevitably why potentially Kevin O'Connell just bit the bullet on just making Murray the starting quarterback, was because that's what Kevin O'Connell's offense really thrives off of, is the touch balls. You have great receivers in Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, where you just kind of lob it up there on one-on-one coverage and then just expect those guys to make a play. But unfortunately, McCarthy just wants those guys to do in-breaking routes, and they're just right there for the taking. But, you know, he's got to be better at those layering balls there. Not a great presentation from Mr. McCarthy. I'm curious if they're going to put Jackson Dart out there one more time, or just the entire game. But like I said, I want to see Murray out there more. Oh yeah, I forgot. I have a ball thing. Hold up. For the ball, who has the ball? Look at that. I forgot about that. Shit. My bad, ladies and gentlemen. Still getting better at this shit. So trying to. All right. Now, Jackson Dart in this Giants offense is back on the field. It is pistol formation. Jackson Dart is under center. He's going to do a delayed handoff towards Tracy, and he gets a good run for about 9 there. Oh, and Caleb Banks is out there with the 2s, actually. Interesting. Finds a really good hole, and then just obliterates that line. Look at Jamal Adams, man. So inspirational. Okay, now Jackson Dart is in the gun, and he's got Tracy to the right side. It looks like the Vikings are going to bring 5, and they do. And then what an amazing play by Jamal Adams, man. A great play to get Tracy stuffed into the backfield for about a loss of 3. A great read by Jamal Adams. All right. Right now, Jackson Dart is in the gun once again. He's got Tracy now motioning him to his right side, back to his left side. And it looks like the Vikings are going to bring about 6 or 7, and then they were almost able to get him. And then there was a catch for the first down and a little bit more. Sticks get moved by Isaiah Likely. Man-to-man coverage, a little good breaking route. And he was able to get the first down. It was a mismatch, unfortunately. It is 1st and 10. Now, Scadaboo's out there once again. He's in the backfield for Jackson Dart as he's in the gun, or under center. He's going to hand it off to Scadaboo. Scadaboo's going to break 1 tackle. He's going to break another tackle and get tackled for about a gain of 8. Another great run play by this Giants offense. Unfortunately, Caleb Banks was too inside, was not on the outside. I think that was Caleb Banks. that got a hand on Scatterboo, but nonetheless, got a 7-yard play. Jackson Dart is under center in pistol formation, and it is going to be another delayed handoff. Scatterboo was able to stiff arm one guy and get to the first down and get stopped out of bounds. It is 1st and 10. And now they are in Vikings territory. It was kind of like a little bit of a miscommunication from both Jackson Dart and Scatterboo, because Jackson Dart kind of had to extend his arm. He kind of had to lean a little bit to give Scatterboo the ball, but nonetheless got the first down and are in Vikings territory. And Jackson Dart is in the gun. He motions a tight end and then goes back and then moves. There is a penalty flag, the first penalty of the game, and it looks like it's going to be on the Giants, or it might be even on the Vikings. No, it's a false start on the Giants. And then who jumps? It was one of the ends of the offensive line. And they get pushed back 5 yards. Okay, Giants down by 3. Jackson Dart motions somebody to the right side. It is pistol formation. Jackson Dart takes the snap. He's going to hand it off to Tracy. Gets a decent lane, and it gets about 4 yards on that run. Oh, yeah. All right, the first quarter is slowly coming to an end. There's 20 seconds left. Jackson Dart is in the gun. He's got Tracy to his right. He motions Isaiah Likely to the left side. It looks like the Vikings are going to be rushing 5. They actually do rush 5, and then Jay Ward with an an amazing sack. Nobody picked him up. Just obliterates Jackson Dart, and then Jackson Dart looks like he got slow to get up there a little bit. But what an ecstatic play by Jay Ward, because Jamal Adams was showing pressure, and just Jackson Dart just didn't see Jay Ward coming. Just gets a helmet pushed straight into his chest. An amazing play by Jay Ward. I think that's Jay Ward. I'm pretty confident. Yeah, that's Jay Ward. Wow. Nobody saw him coming. Wow. What a great display. And that's very positive for Jay Ward, because Jay Ward, unfortunately, since he's a safety, might have gone outshined by Jamal Adams. So there was some controversy if he's going to make the 53-man roster, but he just made a great statement there for an amazing sack on Jackson Dart. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Somebody's at my door? Usually I never get people at my door, and I'm out screaming. She just went up to my door, and that was it. Some random lady. Interesting. All right. Well, never mind. Sorry about that. That was interesting. I usually never get people up to my door. So it was definitely weird. But that is the end of the first quarter, ladies and gentlemen. So thoughts of the first quarter. Run game looked decently solid. Whenever it had the ones in there for the Minnesota Vikings. They had a mixture of both, giving kind of split reps between Jordan Mason and Aaron Jones, which I kind of like, kind of keeping it kind of versatile. Some really good run plays, positive yards. The only disappointing part of that drive was whenever they got into the red zone and Aaron Jones just couldn't, unfortunately, haul it down. It was a little bit to the left side of, it was kind of like a little bit of a bad throw from Kyler, but Aaron Jones could have hauled it in, but unfortunately just couldn't. And Riker still just locked in as always, the best kicker in the game, ladies and gentlemen, the best kicker. Defense, first drive had all the ones out there. Did great. Run defense was pretty solid. Had Jackson Dart kind of confused, and then but that last drive, man, or that last play, Jay Ward just came out of nowhere and just obliterated the man. It was that was crazy. That definitely got the eyes of the organization for sure to keep that man on the roster. But man, they just showed it once again. Nobody read it. And that's what's great about Brian Flores' defense, is that Jamal Adams was showing pressure, and then Jay Ward was so far up, they were like, whatever. And Jameis Winston is out after that play. It is 3rd and 23. Jameis Winston takes a snap. He's looking to the right side. It is a screenplay to Tracy, and Tracy cuts it up, and Tracy is going to get another angle, and Tracy has a great play, and Jay Ward tackles him out of bounds for the first down and a lot more. A very great explosive play on 3rd and 23 from Tracy Jr. That was a great play call and also a great effort from Tracy. And now they are in the Vikings red zone, and Jameis Winston is under center. He's going to motion somebody to his left. Jameis Winston is going to take the snap. He's going to hand it off to Tracy, and Tracy is going to get stuffed. About a loss of 2 there. That was a great play, and he kind of hopped up a little bit because he got a little excitable there after a great play. Oh, no, that was Devin Singletary. My bad. I totally forgot that Devin Singletary was on this team. But Jackson Dart is back out on the field, and Scadaboo as well. Seems like all the starters are back out there, and Jackson Dart is in the gun. He's got Scadaboo to his left. They are going to call an audible. Jackson Dart takes the snap. He's looking, and then he is going to roll out to his left. He's going to go for the end zone, and then there is a catch, and it is a touchdown, a mismatch, both 2 zeros, and it is from a rookie. What a great play from this Giants offense. Mossed, unfortunately, Ivan Pace Jr., and Jackson Dart did a great job of extending that play, rolling out to his left, and just giving the young guy a chance to go out and just moss Ivan Pace Jr. What a great read by Jackson Dart for the mismatch. A linebacker on a young receiver. Fields is his name, number 0. And then it is currently 6-3, and then it is a left-footed kick, and it is up, and it is good. It's currently 3-7 Giants. A great drive for this Giants offense, starting out with Jameis Winston after Jackson Dart got obliterated from Jay Ward, and then has a great play call, a screen towards Devin Singletary, and then just runs for about like a 30-plus yard gain there, and then is in the red zone, and then Jackson Dart just does a great job extending that play, and then extends the play, rolls out to the left side on the sideline, throws it up to the young rookie over Ivan Pace's head top, and then boom for the touchdown. Great display by the Giants offense. I feel like, unfortunately, Ivan Pace, too, he's either going to get cut or he's not going to make the 53-man roster, or he's going to get traded midseason, unfortunately. It's just that whenever it comes to Ivan Pace, man, he's good at just bulldozing, making those reads like for a run play, just down the middle, but whenever it comes to him in coverage and everything, just not that great of a player, unfortunately. And then now we have somebody like Jake Golday that seems like he's very versatile with the run and whenever he has to drop back in coverage. So maybe they're just like, let's just give, the position to Jake Golday instead of Ivan Pace. But man, oh man, what a great showing from that Giants offense. It was surprising that they just took out Jackson Dart for that one play and then put, it was Jameis Winston again, and then they handed it off stuffed, and then they put Jackson Dart, and then Jackson Dart was just able to just lob it up there and give that rookie a chance to make a big play. Holy shit. Put Kyler Murray out there. Show him who's boss. Show him who's boss. Wait, what the hell? It just logged me out. What the freaking frick? Yeah, it just straight logged me out. Weird. I'm missing unknown request failure. Uh-oh, ladies and gentlemen. What is happening? Let's go, Giants. Yeah, it was a great play. Great play by that Giants offense. I was surprised, and it was great adversity from that Giants offense as well, because Jackson Dart got smacked by Jay Ward there, and he was able to come back and then make a great play. I've been a fan since 2006, man. I'm gonna die. You're a diehard fan, yeah. So you've been around the Eli Manning era, yeah. For some reason, the NFL app has just crashed. No, thank you, degenerate junkie. I understand what you're doing there, but I'm quite alright. Okay, so I have to look at my phone for a little bit to figure out what's going on, but the Vikings got the ball once again. McCarthy is under center for this drive, and it is pistol formation. He's got Max Bredesen and Jordan Mason. He's going to hand it off to Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason has a great hole down the middle and gets about 7 there. Oh no, it's Damon Claiborne, sorry. Poor McCarthy. But for some reason, the NFL Plus is just not working on my computer. It just logged me out for some reason. Okay. But in pistol formation, once again, McCarthy is under center. McCarthy is going to take the snap, and it is a play-action play. McCarthy is looking far down the middle, and he's going to heave it down the field, and then it is going to be caught by Miles Price for a great game, but there is a flag on the play. It is down also for you. Uh-oh. Wonder what's going on the computer side, but on my phone it's working. But there is a flag. Let's see what the call is for. I see the referees pointing to the Giants' side, but a great extension from McCarthy after the line collapses, and McCarthy just... It is a legal hands to the face on the Giants' offense, and then there was also a holding, or on the Giants' defense, and there was also a holding call on Miles Price that made the play for this Minnesota Vikings offense. And they are in Giants territory. Still trying to figure this out, man. What the hell? It's down for you too. Is that why you went over here to my stream? But yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. But I got on my phone, so let's go. Luckily, I'm able to still get you guys' content. Okay, now here we go. The Minnesota Vikings are in Giants territory at their 42-yard line. Or no, 52-yard line. And McCarthy is under center. It is a pitch play towards Damon Claiborne. And there was a great play by the edge there and was able to get Damon Claiborne and lose about 2 yards there. Great play. And it is currently 2nd and 12 for this Minnesota Vikings offense. McCarthy is in the gun. He's got Damon Claiborne to his right. And McCarthy is going to take the snap. He is looking to his left side, heaves it down, and then there is a penalty flag. It looked like some miscommunication, but also a pass interference call potentially on the Giants there. Illegal contact on the Giants. It is an automatic first down for this Minnesota Vikings team because McCarthy threw it, and then from a quick angle, like, it seemed like he just wasn't ready for the ball, but there was some illegal contact there for this Minnesota Vikings team. It is first down. And this guy's still complaining about it, even though it's been a little bit. But it is 1st and 10 for this Minnesota Vikings team. McCarthy is under center. It is a bootleg, and McCarthy is going to roll out to the right side, and it was a great coverage from this Giants team. And then there's another flag, potentially pass interference on this Giants team, because he did kind of come in hot and kind of maybe tackled Miles Price a little bit prematurely before the ball was able to get to... No, it's holding on this Minnesota Vikings team. It's a repeat of first down. It was not a... It was... I'm surprised that holding call took so long to come back, or to be called there. But McCarthy tried to thread the needle there to Miles Price, but that defender just came out of nowhere. You could have actually kind of called that a pass interference. He kind of did grab his right shoulder a little bit quick there. But it is what it is. A penalty on this Minnesota Vikings team. McCarthy, he doesn't look too comfortable out there right now, but McCarthy takes a snap. He's in the gun. And then it is a blown up play there. It is another flag. And it is a false start on this Minnesota Vikings team. Repeat first down. You watching the UFC PPV today? Unfortunately not. I'm not a UFC guy, and besides, I don't got Paramount Plus like that, but I'm just a football guy at heart, and I'm just gonna be watching football and doing content on it for the rest of the day. But I appreciate you, Double Tap. for tuning in into this live stream here. It is first down and long for this Minnesota Vikings team. McCarthy is in the gun. He's got Damon Claiborne to his left. McCarthy looks to the right side, zips it down for Miles Price for about a gain of 6 or 7 yards. 6 yards on the play on the right side for McCarthy. Let's see if I could sign in again on my computer. But a lot of penalties on this Minnesota Vikings team. Okay, now we're back from a little commercial break, or a break. And then McCarthy takes a snap. He's going to heave it downfield for... Oh, and Ty Felton drops the ball. It was a great adjustment from number 13. And it was a decent layer ball by McCarthy, but Ty Felton was just not able to bring it down. That is a very catchable ball by Ty Felton. It was literally at the first down line, and just Ty Felton was not able to bring it down. That is very, very disappointing because Ty Felton has been making great catches. It was a great adjustment, but just couldn't haul it in, man. Just couldn't haul it in. And McCarthy is in the gun once again. He's got Damon Claiborne to his right. And in his 3rd and 20, McCarthy takes a snap. He's looking, and he's just going to haul it downfield, and then way too high. Was nowhere near the first down marker. And it is going to be turnover on downs, ladies and gentlemen. This Giants defense was giving McCarthy fits there. And then there was a lot of pressure in his face, and McCarthy who just kind of just threw it out there. McCarthy just doesn't look right out there. He looks very just stiff. It was a great play towards Ty Felton, and Ty Felton was just not able to haul that ball in, unfortunately. It was a very catchable ball. Very, very catchable. And that would have been a first down, but unfortunately it's turnover on downs. And this Giants offense is going to be back on this field. Yeah, no, it's still down. I wonder what's happening. But luckily, I still got the game on my phone. And this Hecker guy, he's not a very good punter. He keeps punting the ball like around the 35-yard line and stuff. And it's just like, what are we doing here? So it's decent positioning for this Giants offense for this next drive. A very underwhelming performance by McCarthy so far. Still looks pretty much the same. In training camp, yes, there has been improvements, and there's shown to be improvements, but as he's showing right now in this first preseason game, looks kind of the same, not gonna lie. Yes, that one play towards Ty Felton wasn't necessarily his fault, but just not a great look so far. Yeah, and the NFL app is still down, ladies and gentlemen. This is very weird. That there's technical difficulties. Very, very disappointing. Okay, let's try it one more time, but it seems like as of right now, we're just going to continue with the mobile viewing here. Let me turn it down a little bit. It's probably too loud. You probably can hear the commercials playing. Yeah. So, yeah, it just seems like the NFL app. I don't know if it's the same for you, Double Tap, if you're still here. But just not great. Not great. Now, Jameis Winston is out there for this Giants offense. Mr. Winston is in the gun. He's got a running back to his left side. He's going to take the snap and he's going to give it to a receiver and he's going to break a tackle. It is Fields, the rookie, and he was able to break one tackle and get the first down for this Giants offense. Okay, now the Giants are in pistol formation. Winston motions Fields in the slot, motions him back to the left side, and then there was a fumbled snap from Jameis Winston. He was able to pick it back up and then gain a couple yards. The Vikings are saying that they have the ball, but I saw Jameis Winston pick it back up. Yeah, still Giants ball. This Fields guy's huge. Is he a tight end or is he a receiver? I have no idea. But Jameis Winston is in the gun. He motions somebody to the left side, motions him back, and he's going to take the snap. And he throws it down the right side and then was tackled short of the sticks, about a yard short. It is currently 3rd and 1. What are the Giants going to cook up here? Okay, so Jameis Winston is in the gun once again. He's got a running back to his left side. He motions somebody in the slot. It is going to be a handoff, and it looks like they're going to be able to get it. Yeah, they're way far. They're saying that they stopped them for some reason, even though they got like 2 yards on the play and they just needed 1. Not a good display by Caleb Banks. He's supposed to be the big guy to stop that, run down the middle, but the Giants were able to get the first down. And now Jameis Winston is under center. He's got they were short of the sticks, and they went for it on 4th and 1. And it looks like Jameis Winston did get enough for the first down, but they are going to take a look at this. It was just a direct snap for Jameis Winston. And it looks like, yes, the Giants got the first down. No, wait a minute. He might be a little bit short there. He didn't extend his arm there, but they gave it to them nonetheless. I don't expect anybody to deny that, so we're just going to continue going. Now, Jameis Winston is under center. He's got a running back in the backfield. He's going to call an audible. And there he goes. He's going to hand it off. And then it was a pretty good lane. It gets about 5.5 yards there on that carry. I wonder why this is not working on my computer. Ladies and germs, and it is 2nd and 4, got a gain of 6 actually. Jameis Winston is in pistol formation. He motions somebody to his left. It is going to be a handoff, and then there was Ivan Pace for the tackle and was able to stuff him, but still they were able to get a yard on the play. And they are currently showing Odell Beckham Jr. He is on the field for this Giants offense. For all you New York Giants fans out there in this live stream. It is currently 3rd and 3. Jameis Winston is in the gun. He's got a running back to his left. Winston is going to take the snap. He's going to step back, and then he's going to be able to maneuver, but gets sacked for a loss of 3 on the play. A great stop for this number 2 Minnesota Vikings defense. There we go. And here comes the punt team. They're still showing Odell Beckham Jr. It seems like that was his first snap back as a New York Giant. And then there goes the punt. Underway, it is a decent punt. Is going to take it out. And there goes Ty Felton for the return. And from his return spot, he gets about 8 on the play. But there is some laundry on the play, how my boy Tom Grassi likes to say. Still showing Odell Beckham Jr. Not talking about the flag on the play there. I guess he's more important than a penalty. But decent field position for this Minnesota Vikings offense. Let's see what it is. It is holding on the return team, which is the Minnesota Vikings. Unfortunately, not a great display. There's been a lot of penalties on this Minnesota Vikings team on multiple sides of the ball, unfortunately. Which is not great. Not great. But we are on commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. What I've noticed with this New York Giants team is that they've been making pretty clutch plays. Had that one for Jameis Winston to the little screenplay towards Devin Singletary. Great play by him, showing his athleticism. Unfortunately, they were able to get a touchdown out of it to their rookie. He just head top over. Jackson Dart throws a great ball over Ivan Pace's head, and then the rookie Fields was able to just grab it over him. Jesus. And then made some plays happen. Surprisingly, they even after only looked like 25-yard line, went for it on 4th and 1, was able to get it. Looks short, but still was able to get it. But this Minnesota Vikings defense was able to make a great stop on 3rd and 3 and made them punt it away. So very happy about that from these boys. Still nothing. Can't log into my stuff from on my computer, unfortunately. Like I said, luckily I have my phone on me so I could watch the game and still give you guys some subpar to shit commentary here. I'm trying. This is my first ever time doing this shit. And they keep showing Odell Beckham Jr. He could have actually checked it down to Odell, but there was just too much pressure in his face to be able to get it out there to him. Great play by this Minnesota Vikings defense. And the Vikings have the ball once again. Oh, yeah, and I forgot about the penalty. Unfortunately, they're at their own, looks like their own 9 there. 9 for 9. They are in pistol formation. They are going to call an audible, JJ McCarthy is, and he's going to take the snap. He's going to give it to Damon Claiborne for about a gain of 3. Oh no, it's actually Xavier Scott on the field. Another fan favorite from last year's preseason. Okay, so John Harbaugh has a little quote that's on the screen right now. He says, "We say football is the true mediocrity, nor royalty," and unfortunately, the quote disappeared before I got to finish it. Sounded very, very, very inspirational there from Mr. Harbaugh. McCarthy motions somebody to his left side. He is in the gun. They're showing pressure, and they're going to give him pressure. McCarthy is just going to give it to what it looks like Ty Felton. Yes, it is Ty Felton, close to the first down, but just a yard short from the sticks. It's currently 3rd and 1 in their own territory. They're giving McCarthy hell. He just got bumped into and then just got bumped into the end zone there. There's currently 2 more minutes in this second quarter. McCarthy is under center on 3rd and 1. He's going to motion somebody to his left. McCarthy's going to take the snap and he's going to give it, hand it off, and then it's good for the first down. But hold on there, Buckaroos. There is a flag on the play. And there is an illegal shift on this Minnesota Vikings team. And they're going to push them back closer to their own end zone. Very, very unfortunate stuff. Now it is 3rd and long for this Minnesota Vikings team. McCarthy is in the gun. He's got a running back to his left. He's going to motion him back. It was Miles Price. And then there goes the 2-minute warning for this second quarter. Yeah, and the thing about McCarthy is that there's a lot of penalties on McCarthy's offense. Yes, you could say he's on like a second stringers, but way too many penalties for my liking for this offense right now. They just had, a good play. It was 3rd and 1, was able to get it for Damon Claiborne, then gets taken back due to it being an illegal shift. And so that just shows that McCarthy is unfortunately not commanding this offense well. And just letting them have these just unnecessary penalties. I think that, and this is showing that it wasn't necessarily McCarthy's play per se, but it's more of him commanding the offense. And that's what I'm seeing on display right now. Is McCarthy isn't taking charge of this offense and preventing certain things like this from happening. Yes, of course, there's certain penalties that you just can't control, that it's just like an individual player's fault or whatever, right? But it was illegal shift. It was, false start, certain things like that. So those are usually bad communication whenever it comes to the quarterback. So am I showing the game? No, because that's illegal. I don't want to get taken down. I'm currently just commentating on the game. But for some reason, the NFL Plus app on PCs, for some reason, is just not working. So I'm currently watching it on my phone. So yeah. But I appreciate you tuning in. It's really hard to see your name because for some reason the blue is really on your name is camouflaging with the other, or in the background here, Mr. Cash Beast _. Welcome to the stream. For very mid commentary here. I'm trying though. It's my first time ever doing this. popping my commentary cherry here. Okay, so a very, very disappointing look for this Minnesota Vikings offense. So far, I would have liked to seen Murray this entire quarter and also the starters the entire quarter. They just had one drive. But McCarthy's offense hasn't been looking great. And they are currently in their own territory here at their own 10, it looks like. So let's see if McCarthy could come up with some magic here. Ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Mr. Double Tab? Welcome back. Currently, the Vikings are at their own, looks like 13 right now. And it's currently 3rd and 5. McCarthy is in the gun. He's going to take the snap. He is going to be a pass play. He's looking and he gets demolished, but he's able to escape the pocket. But then, unfortunately, gets taken down for a loss of like 3. Yeah, McCarthy was able to escape the danger there. Xavier Scott got pushed into him, was able to escape, but there was another defender to just finish him off, unfortunately. So, wings of chopped cheese, shit, share some of that stuff, my boy. Now, there goes a punt for this Minnesota Vikings team, and then they return it. And then now the Giants are in, unfortunately, Vikings territory. But hold on. There is a flag on the play. There's currently a minute 11 left in the second quarter. And the Giants could go score again. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you with the chopped cheese and wings. Now, John Harbaugh is bitching about something. He's kind of having a tantrum. He's kind of hopping up, yelling at somebody. So I'm guessing that it's on the Giants here. Let's see what the call is. No, I guess they picked up the flag and there's no penalty. So, never mind there. Never mind. Let's see if I could do this on my computer again. Aha! I'm logged back in, but unfortunately, like it's gonna be. Oh wait, but I'm ahead on my computer. Jameis Winston is back on the field for this Giants offense. He's gonna take the snap and he's gonna just give it to Odell Beckham Jr. on a little slant route, and he gets about 6 on the play. They're trying to hurry up because there's currently only 1 minute on the clock. They still have 2 timeouts. Jameis Winston is trying to call plays to everybody, is able to get the play, and then he's motioning the rookie Fields. There's currently 48 seconds left on the clock. Jameis Winston is in the gun. They're wasting time here, and Jameis Winston is going to take the snap. He steps back. He's looking. He's got all day, and he's just going to check it down towards the running back, and he's able to get the first down and out of bounds to stop the clock. There's currently 36 seconds left in the second quarter. Shit, Tom McLaughlin used to be funny as fuck when he used to get mad. It looked like a red-ass tomato. On God. On God. But the Giants are currently in Vikings territory, I think around the 30-yard line. No, in the 43-yard line, 42-yard line, somewhere around there. And Jameis Winston is in the gun. He's going to take the snap, and he's just going to dump it off towards their running back. Gets a good little lane, gains about 7 yards there on that play. It is currently 3rd down. Jameis Winston is trying to call out these plays here. There's currently 31 seconds left in the second quarter. Jameis Winston is in the gun. He motions his running back to the right side. Jameis Winston is going to give it to Odell, and Odell is able to come down with it. Oh, no, it's the Fields, rookie Fields. And then they call a timeout and gets the first down. Giants calls in their first timeout. But unfortunately, they only got one more timeout due to their challenge call for Addison. That got, and the call stood. But that was a good hands by Field, because the defender had hands all over that. Oh, and Odell was wide open. He could have potentially gone for a touchdown, but Jameis Winston just didn't see him, unfortunately. But Odell was just wide open for the taking. All right, the Vikings are showing a lot of pressure. Jameis Winston is in the gun. There's 26 seconds left in the second quarter, and then there was just nobody there. There was some miscommunication from Jameis Winston. He just threw it down the middle with nowhere anybody near. It is currently 2nd and 10 at the Vikings. Looks like the Vikings 29. Oh, no, 31. Excuse me. You got one timeout, 23 seconds left. You're definitely in the position to score. Like Double Tap said, at least a field goal. But Jameis Winston is in the gun. He's going to hand it off and then gets stuffed. Only about a gain of 2 yards there. It is currently 3rd down. They're just going to let the clock run and just use their last timeout and then bring out this field goal team, it looks like. So that's their final timeout there. I need to pay attention to the ball. I keep forgetting the ball. But here comes the field goal team for this Giants offense. Who's this guy? Smalls? Is that the... Yeah, his name is Smalls. Hopefully more scoring in the second half. I sure hope so, because this was really not a great half. I mean, it was exciting whenever Jackson Dart had that one touchdown, but after that, it's just been not that great. Yeah, it's preseason. Yeah, for sure. It is going to be a left-footed kick up, and it is good for the New York Giants. It's currently 10-3, the end of the first half. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. The score is currently 3-10 Giants. Oops, did not mean to do that. Take the ball off. They warming up their bodies and letting the second string players see what they got. Yep, I agree. And that's how it's supposed to be with the preseason. It's just nice to see a good display all around. For the whole team, not, obviously you want your first stringers to do good, but I also like to see the second stringers do good, just because they are players of the NFL, and sometimes they do have to step in if a player needs to rest for a play, or if somebody gets injured, then they have to step in to fill in that gap. But I'm going to go use the restroom really quick. Talk amongst yourselves. And then we're going to talk about and break down everything that has happened for both teams for the first preseason game for both the Giants and the Minnesota Vikings. I'll tell you, Packers' second stream sucks. That's my girl's grandmother's team. Thank you. Packers do suck. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I have returned from my tinkle. But we're gonna get into and talk about what the hell happened for the first half for this Minnesota Vikings and New York Giants first preseason game. So let's just start off with your Minnesota Vikings, since this is a Minnesota Vikings channel. But hey, so let's just start off with some positives from the start. Kyler Murray and the first team starters come out and look pretty well. Whenever it comes to the run game, we're running the ball pretty damn well. Everybody looked very calm, in every aspect and every position, making some great plays. Even Aaron Jones making some good plays out there, and there was some nice cuts. And but one thing that I noticed is that they both split some reps in that same drive, which is definitely interesting and definitely I feel like is helpful, because obviously you have an aging Aaron Jones and pretty much in his prime Jordan Mason, just with his age and his athleticism and everything. But yeah, a pretty decent, good display of how, you know, the run game can look and will potentially look for this Minnesota Vikings offense. The line held up pretty well. Murray would have liked to see a little bit more pass plays, but I was happy to see the run game, and that's definitely what I really wanted to see for this Minnesota Vikings team. But whenever Murray did pass, his first pass was to Jordan Addison in a little cut out route for the first down, 3rd and short. Was able to get it. A little bit of a controversial kind of play there, because people were like, oh, he came down with it, but it looked like the tip of the ball might have touched the ground before he had any sort of possession of it. But still, nonetheless, John Harbaugh challenged it, lost the challenge, and then they were able to move the sticks. Ran the ball still pretty well, was able to get into the Giants' territory in the red zone. Unfortunately, weren't able to run the ball that well in the red zone. Was able to have a 3rd and manageable, or a 3rd and short, and then it was just a quick little throw to Aaron Jones from Murray. Murray with that pass was a little bit to the left, but was still a catchable ball by Aaron Jones, but just couldn't haul it in. And then that resulted in Will Riker coming out to put 3 on the board for the Minnesota Vikings. And then here comes the Giants offense, starting off with Jackson Dart, and had Scatterboo in the backfield with him, that dynamic duo. And so decent display. Running, they were majority running the ball. Unfortunately, the Vikings had a pretty big play, or what play was it actually? Let's see. Or the defense first team, or the starters for the defense came out, and we're pretty good. Was able to stop him. No 3 and out, unfortunately, but was able to stop him. And then what else was happening? I'm not remembering too much of that Giants offense that much, but I don't remember anything too negative from them. But yeah, and then the Vikings get the ball back. You know, a decent display from the defense of the starters there. And then here comes the offense once again. They put J.J. McCarthy out there. Not looking too great. The run game looked decently strong. That line is just not too great, which is fair due to it being second stringers and whatnot, right? But not a great display. McCarthy, you know, everybody's going to talk about McCarthy, but unfortunately for Vikings fans and just, you know, everybody out there, he's not looking too great. Still looks like he's kind of just shaking up. Doesn't look too calm in the pocket. Of course, nobody can be too calm in the pocket, regardless if, like, I don't care who you are. Whenever you don't have a good O-line, it's hard to be a good quarterback. But kind of got stiff legs, shaky legs out there. Not really a great display. I think they even went 3rd and out here. Let's see. I wonder if they're showing some highlights here. Let's see. But yeah, not a great display just in general whenever it comes to McCarthy. Like I said, shaky legs. Not a great display. Oh yeah, that's right. I totally forgot about this play, but whenever the Giants get the ball back, Jay Ward has an electric play on Jackson Dart. Just nobody sees him whatsoever, and then Jay Ward just lays his head straight into Jackson Dart's chest and loses a good amount of yards. But the Giants had a great play after Jameis Winston comes in for 2 plays, but that play is just a simple screenplay towards Devin Singletary, and Devin Singletary runs it for about like 45 to 50 yards, and then gets him into Vikings territory and all the way to the red zone. I know everybody, I know they want to just hurt Jackson Dart, but you know, a great play by that Giants offense there, and turned into a touchdown. Shortly after, the Vikings hold him to a 3rd down. Jackson Dart comes back, and Jackson Dart, the pocket kind of collapses. He rolls out to his left and has a great play, trusting his young rookie wide receiver, and then just throws it up top, and then his name is Fields, catches it right over Ivan Pace Jr.'s head for the 6. And not a great display from my guy Ivan Pace. You know, like I said earlier in the stream, it's going to be hard to kind of, you know, make an excuse to keep Ivan Pace on the team, especially if Jake Golday kind of outshines him here in the next couple of snaps. I'm guessing Jake Golday is going to be out there for the second team. or yeah, the second stringers for this next half for this Minnesota Vikings defense. And yeah, it's going to be hard to make, like I said, it's going to be hard to make an excuse to have Ivan Pace on this team. Just hasn't been really that consistent. He's good at, just bull rushing and putting the pressure on QBs. Last year, just couldn't really put some guys down, had some pressures, but those guys were still able to get it out and find somebody down the field. And he's just not great in coverage, unfortunately. Looks like he's just kind of like a bulldog. All he's really known for and does is just rush down that middle, and hopefully somebody's going to get met with number 0, And so, yeah, there's just not really an excuse to keep him there. But we'll see. We'll see if he makes the spot. I doubt it, but I'm pretty sure that this season is going to be the last time we see Ivan Pace Jr. in the purple and gold. Either we release him, or he doesn't make the 53-man roster in the next couple of weeks, or we trade him to another team. The defense, second team defense, looking decent. Not really stopping the run. Had some good plays from Scadaboo, Tracy, and then there was like another third guy out there on that field. But not a good display from the run defense, from the second stringers and third stringers. What else? And then, yeah, unfortunately, Caleb Banks, I haven't really been seeing him. I would have liked to see him being a little bit more dominant, like have those nice little plays, especially being there for the 4th and short, being there and stuffing that line, but just couldn't do anything, and they were able to get the first down and drive down the field and get some points on the board. Luckily stopped them from getting 6, but nonetheless, it's still points. And unfortunately, on the offensive side, let's go back to that. Not great. J.J. McCarthy looks like he has happy feet, looks really stiff, and had a good play from, the pocket collapsing and then giving it to Ty Fallon on a 2nd and long play. And Ty Fallon had a great adjustment, was able to concentrate on the ball, but just unfortunately couldn't haul it in, and was literally at the sticks and then just drops the ball, and which is very disappointing because Ty Fallon has been looking like one of the better receivers in that Minnesota Vikings room. During training camp, he was turning a lot of heads. He had a lot of reporters being like, wow, this guy looks like a superstar. And with a lot of footage in training camp, there was also this one amazing one-handed catch in the red zone. The ball was pretty much out of bounds, and he was able to haul it in and keep his feet in for the touchdown. And with those kind of catches, you expect him to catch a ball that's pretty much just in his hands, right in his chest. And the man just couldn't bring it down. And that could also mean, because a lot of times whenever McCarthy's throwing the ball, Addison's dropping the ball, Jefferson's dropping the ball, TJ Hawkinson is dropping the ball, Josh Oliver's dropping the ball, Aaron Jones is dropping the ball. So with kind of a little bit of a year and a half of evidence of McCarthy throwing the ball, could it be potentially how McCarthy just throws the ball? And so that's a huge question on that side, or maybe it was just a mixture of both. But yeah, not great. But here goes the third quarter here for this Minnesota Vikings and Giants preseason game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's change this and let's bring this back. Let's change this to quarter 3. And the Giants are going to be getting the ball first, ladies and gentlemen. And it is going to be a return out of the end zone, and they get to their own about 25. Okay, so I got to bring back timeouts. And we got to give the ball, opponent ball. There we go. Alrighty. Third quarter has commenced. I'm just going to leave my headphones off unless, I need to. But there is Jameis Winston in pistol formation. He motions somebody to his left. He's going to take it. It is going to be a delay snap and a great play by one of the defensive linemen to stop the running back, and is about a loss of 2 on the play. How's everybody's day going? How's my performance? This is my first time ever doing live commentary for anything. And so I'm just curious on some feedback here. But Jameis Winston is in the gun, and he's going to take the snap. He's looking to the right side, and he's going to give it to Odell. And Odell, it was a little check down to Odell, but there was a defensive player to stop him pretty much at these sticks. It is currently 3rd and long. And it looks like Jackson Dart is done for the day since he has a hat on and a little earpiece. And I appreciate you, Mr. Double Tap. I appreciate you. There's Caleb Banks, the Vikings 18th overall pick in the first round. Now it is 3rd and 11 for this Giants team. It is going to be a check down, and they are going to give it to I don't even know who that is, but gets stopped way short of the first down line, and here comes the Giants punt team. Great little display from this defense, or from the Minnesota Vikings second string defense. Hey, I appreciate you, Double Tap. I appreciate you, my man. As a Giants fan, that means a lot, brother. I appreciate you, my man. All right. Stout as the punter for the Giants. And it is going to be a right-footed kick. It is going to be a decent punt all the way to the Minnesota Vikings 10. Ty Felton takes it out, does a little spin move. He was going like pretty far back, spins around, and it gains about 5 on the play. Not great field position for the Minnesota Vikings offense. And knowing what McCarthy has been doing, unfortunately, he has not been performing that well with the second stringers, unfortunately. Let's change that, McCarthy, and you're showing the world why the Minnesota Vikings went with Kyler Murray, Of course, always got to help each other, man, as people. But yeah, man, this season is going to be fun and interesting to watch all these teams for different players. Let's see. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And football, I'm not just like a Vikings fan. I'm also just a NFL fan. I'm not a football fan, I would say, because I'm not into like college. Yeah, I would, dip into it, especially whenever it comes to like the draft and whatnot. But yeah, no, I'm just not like a college kind of guy, But I love just seeing, certain guys like, I'm going to keep my eye out for number 0, your guys' rookie Fields, I'm going to see what he could do. I'm just going to kind of keep an eye out just a little bit whenever we do play you guys. I think we play you guys this year again. Exactly, my man. It's the best time of the year, best weather, Yes, it does suck whenever your team just is not that great, but I still just love watching NFL, man, and just seeing different players just flourish, and also just guys you didn't expect to flourish, and whatnot. So let's see, man. Let's see. Long ass commercial break. They're talking about a game called World Box. But yeah, I've been like a diehard Minnesota Vikings fan for the past like really paying attention to the Vikings for the past 3 years. Of course, I was always dabbling into it, and I was a fan. I pretty much started becoming a really, really big fan during Kevin O'Connell's first year, and just a new start since we fired Mike Zimmer, got Kwesi, because you know how that went. But yeah, it's that's when I started to really, 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 really pay attention to the Minnesota Vikings. Saying we could go win this and I'll still be talking my crap. Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. But I'm pretty high on this. I'm pretty high on this Minnesota Vikings team. I feel like people are, not really paying attention to them, which I like. I do like that a lot. Because usually whenever the Vikings... Oh, here comes Carson Wentz. Uh-oh, Mr. McCarthy. Oh, and they had a play go off. It's currently 2nd and 7. Wentz is under center. It looks like he has Damon Claiborne in the backfield. He's going to take the snap. It is a play-action play. Wentz looks down the field, and he's going to give it. What an amazing catch by Miles Price for the contested catch. Wow. Look at Miles Price go for about like a 23-yard gain there. The defender was all over that, but Miles Price was able to just take it out of the man's hands for a great gain. Wow, wow, wow. Great showing so far by Mr. Carson Wentz here. They are at their own 41-yard line, and Wentz calls an audible. He takes a snap. It is going to be a handoff to Damon Claiborne for about a gain of 3 on the play. I like the new style of hats that they came out for this year. They look pretty fire. Okay, so now Wentz, it is currently 2nd and 7. Wentz is in the gun. He's got Damon Claiborne to his left. He takes the snap. He steps back. He's looking to his right side. He gives it to a wide open receiver for about a gain of 15 yards. Mr. Marlon Garcia, appreciate you for tuning in into the Twitch stream for this commentary live stream. 3 and 10 is insane, twin. We losing for real. Oh God, we losing. But Wentz is out there. Wentz is out there and he's showing a good display of his veteranism, I guess you could say. And Wentz is under center once again. And he's going to hand it off to Damon Claiborne for a decent hole there. And he's just getting manhandled, kind of gets his legs lifted up, but for a gain of about 4. They're currently in Giants territory at around about the Giants' 41-yard line. Now they are showcasing Mr. Odell Beckham Jr. for his return for the first time in a long time. I don't know how long for this Giants team. And now Wentz is under center. There's currently 3 seconds on the play clock. He takes the snap. It is going to be a handoff to Damon Claiborne. He gets tripped up for a gain about 2. It's currently 3rd down and 4. There's 8 minutes and 36 seconds on the play clock in the play clock in the 3rd quarter. They're showing Odell Beckham Jr. with 2 targets, 2 catches for 6 yards, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. But here is number 11 in the gun. he is going to take the snap. He's looking in his left side. He's looking down the middle, and he checks it down and then almost gives it towards a receiver, but gets locked up. And here comes the punt team. It looked like Wentz could have actually just taken it himself, but it was pretty good coverage on the Giants' defensive side to make that stop. It is 4th and 4. Wentz could have taken it himself, but here is Will Reichard for about it's a 54-yard field goal attempt. Will Reichard, his right-footed kick is up, and it is good. Why was I nervous anyways, man? Will Reichard is locked, ladies and gentlemen, locked. Damn it, I forgot to change the ball placement, bruh. What the hell? But I would just leave the ball there. But it is currently a 6-10 game. A great kick from Mr. Will Reichard, number 16, for 54 yards. And now we are on commercial break. Mr. Double Tap, what player are you excited to see on the Giants side? On the offensive side or the defensive side, which player are you the most excited for this season? It is hard because you guys have, a lot of young talent, and also could say some studs on the team as well. Very fun players, very entertaining players. Yep. Cam, Dax, and Amber Burns. Oh, Neighbors. Yeah, Malik Neighbors for sure, because he was definitely one of the top receivers before he got hurt. Had a great rookie season. But for sure. It could be an exciting team, man. If Jackson Dart, he could be a pretty good player in this league, I'd say. And so he just has to show up for his sophomore season. The number 10's kind of off-putting here. Just kind of move it a little bit. There we go. But yeah, Malik Neighbors looks, it sucks that he had to tear his ACL and whatnot, but hopefully he has a good breakout kind of year, This stream keeps crashing every single time that there's a commercial. Yeah, we'll see, man. It's definitely, of course, up in the air. Yeah, man, but the defense, like I said, Burns for sure, and Darius, I want to see what they can do to this season. Burn was doing a sting. Last season had a lot of sacks. Hopefully he carries it on to the season. What? Poor guy. Or not poor guy, but at the same time, it's like, gotta lock in, homie. Or stupid. Last season had a lot of stupid. Oh, shit. Well, here we go. It is not Jameis Winston. I don't even know who you guys' third stringer is, but he is in the pistol formation. It is going to be a play-action play. He is a downfield, and there is an interception for this Minnesota Vikings defense. Literally just threw it straight into the homie's hands for the interception. Great field position for this Minnesota Vikings team, ladies and gentlemen. His name is Allen, number 12. Not a great start for his first start in this preseason game. He just throws it straight into the defender's hands. He went for Odell Beckham Jr. He just didn't see him coming across and then just intercepts the ball for a great interception. And great field position for this Minnesota Vikings team. Vikings ball. I'm playing Madden and trying talking to the auto thing that picks up what I'm saying. Nah, you're good, brother. You good, brother. That was pretty funny. Now, Wentz is under center, and he's going to take the snap. It is a play-action play. He's looking. He has all day long, and he's going to give it to a receiver and then picks up about 7 yards or 8 yards on the play. But I thought I saw a flag on the play. Kevin O'Connell is not happy about that. No, actually, there is no flag on the play. I thought I saw something fly. But a great pickup by Damon Claiborne for that block to give Carson Wentz enough time to be able to get that ball off. It was actually 7 yards, so it's currently second down and 3 to go. Wentz is under center. He's going to take the snap. It is going to be a handoff to Damon Claiborne. He goes to the right side, down the sideline, and gets the first down and a little bit more in the Giants' red zone. Claiborne showing off that speed. He's a little short guy. He's a little toddler running on that field, and just a great blocking, and then just gets down the right side, picks up the first down and a little bit more. There is 6:40 on the play clock, or on the clock, and Carson Wentz is under center. He motions somebody into the slot, and it is another handoff play, and that play is just blown up and is stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Second down and 10 in the Giants' territory. And it looks like they're at the Giants. I want to see, bro. I can't see where the ball is placed. It looks like they're at the Giants' 16-yard line, 11-yard line, and Wentz is in the gun. He's got somebody to his right side. Wentz is going to take the snap. He's looking to his left side. He looks to the right, and then there is a great defensive play. It was a designed screenplay, but one of the defenders read it. One of the defensive or linemen read it really well. It was supposed to be a screenplay towards Xavier Scott and was able to bat it. It is currently third down. And the media is talking to Jackson Dart. It is 3rd and 10 for this Minnesota Vikings team. Carson Wentz is in the gun. He is going to take the snap. He's looking to his left side. He's looking down the middle, and he's going to give it to strike. And then there was just, what kind of pass was that? And there is a flag on the play. Wentz just kind of just throws a duck nowhere near the receiver, but there is a flag, and they might call a potential pass interference on that play on the Giants. Now the stream is lagging, and it looks like, yes, it is pass interference on the Giants. It is going to be 1st and goal for this Minnesota Vikings team. They're at the 1-yard line, the Minnesota Vikings, and Carson Wentz is under center. Wentz is going to take the snap and hand it off to Damon Claiborne, and then he got close to the end zone. It looked like he maybe could have extended his arm, but nonetheless, it's literally inches from the end zone. But a great stop from the defense. It was one guy that stopped Damon Claiborne and just stuffed him at the line. Great play by number 33 to, stuff him at the literally inches. It is currently 2nd and goal. Wentz is under center. Wentz is going to take the snap, hand it off to Damon Claiborne. Claiborne falls down and potentially even loses a yard on the play. Claiborne just loses his footing a little bit. And then it's another great stop for this New York Giants defense. It is currently 3rd and goal. And there's currently 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock in the 3rd quarter. Yeah, they lost about like half a yard there. And then now Wentz is going to motion Miles Price to his right side. And there was just not enough time on the play clock. And it looks like the Vikings called a timeout. Yes, they do. Vikings first time out. A really good display for this New York's front line on the defense of stopping this run, and they're holding it really well. After a detrimental, really, really bad pass interference call in the end zone for the Vikings' favor. So let's see if they can stop them one more time until they have to bring out the good man, Mr. Will Reichard, for a field goal attempt. Now Wentz is in the gun on 3rd and goal. He motions Miles Price. He is going to call can audible to play. There's currently 6 seconds on the play clock. He is going to take the snap. He's looking to his left side, Wentz, and then he's going to give it downfield, and then there is just great coverage, and there is another flag for a potential holding call or pass interference call on this Giants team, and it is a pass interference, and that is going to be 1st and goal for this Minnesota Vikings team. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, there was a lot of, touchy-feely on the defensive side. It's number 31, Jones. That makes another really, really bad play that gives this Minnesota Vikings team 3 more plays. Unfortunate for this Giants team. They were stopping him, and they would have stopped him because Wentz just threw another duck. The ball wasn't necessarily near, but was near enough to be able to call that pass interference play. But now it is 1st and goal once again for this Minnesota Vikings team. Wentz is under center. Damon Claiborne in the backfield. He motions somebody into the slot. He's going to take the snap and then just give it to Miles Price and just jump. And then Miles Price with an amazing one-handed catch for the 6. Wow. Miles Price with an amazing one-handed catch for this Minnesota Vikings team. Oh my God. Touchdown Vikings. That is gonna be 12 on the board for the Minnesota Vikings. But he gets his knee down. That's a catch, and it looks like he has full possession. Gets his knee down. Boom. That's a touchdown. Wow. Trusted the hell out of Mr. Miles Price. What a great play by number 4. And here is Will Reichard with the extra point. The kick is up, and it is straight down the middle, and it is good. The Minnesota Vikings are up 3 points up against this New York Giants team, 13-10. Wow. That was I thought it was just going to be just a ton of run plays towards for Damon Claiborne, but Kevin Collins said, nah, give number 4 a chance, and a great one-handed snag by number 4. Wow. Great drive and great execution by both sides of the ball for this Minnesota Vikings team. First play for looks like a rookie or just a third string backup for the New York Giants. Number 12, Allen, throws just directly towards a defender's hands, trying to get Odell Beckham Jr. across the field, and then just a nice interception. And then the Vikings and Carson Wentz just, dial up a great drive. Run game is really strong, and, the passing from Wentz was admirable and was layering the ball really well and getting the guys right in stride down the sideline and everything. And then whenever it came to the red zone, they were definitely struggling, but had some crucial pass interference calls on the Giants for crucial third down, both times in third down. And the Vikings were able to capitalize and give Miles Price a chance and snag it for one hand for 6. Great play by Miles Price. And Miles Price is still showing that he's a really good wide receiver and also a punt returner for this Minnesota Vikings team. Great showing for the in year 2 for number 4. Now we are back from commercial break. Looks like Jameis Winston is going to go out there. And Will Reichard is going to kick off this next drive for the Giants. Sucks sitting for so long, but got to do what you got to do. All right, Will Reichard preparing for the kickoff. Ladies and gentlemen, Will Reichard puts it all the way to the Giants 1 yard line. They're going to take it out. Here they come. And what a great tackle from this Vikings special teams. Stopped them around about their own 22 yard line. Okay, they're showing Isaiah Likely, Patrick, Ricard, Daniel Felele. Anyways, no, Allen, number 12, is back out there under center. He motions somebody to his right side. He's going to take the snap. It is going to be a handoff, and they get about 3 yards on the play. There's currently 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. It is second down and potentially 8 or 7. No, 2nd and 6. You gain 4. Now, Allen is in the gun. He's got somebody to his right, and is going to be another handoff, and he gets about 1 or 2 yards there. 3rd down. Wentz might take the second spot, which is kind of sad. The backup position, which would be really heart-wrenching for number 9. But Allen is in the gun. Somebody to his left side. He's going to take the snap. He's looking to his right side, and he's going to get sacked for a huge loss. Ladies and gentlemen, this third string defense of the Minnesota Vikings are it's fourth down. Great coverage all the way, great pressure, and then there goes Allen. Here comes the punt team, and they are punting from their own 5-yard line. And the punt is up. A really good punt. And then there goes Dante Fleming to take it out. And it is a pretty damn good return. But hold on. There is some laundry. And it looks like it is going to be on this Minnesota Vikings return team. Yes, it is. It is going to be a holding call on the Vikings. There is only a minute 45 in the third quarter, and we are on commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. Another great drive for this Minnesota Vikings defense. Just pretty much just was getting that Allen guy really uncomfortable. The run defense was really great. Of course, this is only on second string guys, but they held up. And then had a great play on number 12 Allen for the sack. Had him punt it away. 3 and out. Now let's see if they put Maximus Brosmer, the other number 12, but for the Minnesota Vikings. Let's see. See, whenever it comes to commercials, they crash the stream. They crash the stream. Okay, here we go. Oy, oy, oy. But I appreciate everybody that has stopped by in the stream. It's been a blast for my first ever live commentary football Minnesota Vikings live stream. It's been great, man, and I also appreciate you, Mr. Double Tap, for pretty much tuning in for the entire 3-hour stream that I have been doing. Appreciate you. Kyle Gasecki, for some reason, is on my screen. Arvell Reese is being shown on my screen. High in the first round for this New York Giants team. Okay, now the Vikings have the ball. Unfortunately, had a holding call on special teams and brought them back. There's a minute 45 rest. And here is Maximus Brosmer under center for this Minnesota Vikings team. Ladies and gentlemen, Max Brosmer is under center. He's going to kind of fumble the snap. He's going to give it to Xavier Scott. And Xavier Scott is going to get about 5 on his first carry. And there is a little bit of a scruffle here. Some jerseys being pulled and some dinglings being tickled here. And Max Brosmer is here saying, "Hey, little boy." One of his teammates like, "Hey, calm down, brother. Why are you bitching about this guy grabbing on your t-shirt?" Right now, Maximus Brosmer is under center once again. He is going to take the snap, and it is a play-action play. It is going to be a screenplay towards Xavier Scott, and Xavier Scott is going to get, I'm pretty sure, the first down. And let's see if they're going to get one more play out before the quarter ends. Oh, they don't get the first down. I think it's about first and short, or third and short. Yeah, it's going to be 3rd and 2. Max Brosmer is in the gun. He's got Xavier Scott to his left. There's 3 seconds. Better snap it. And he's going to get the snap off. He's looking to the right side. He's going to... And what an amazing... Oh, Dante Fleming was not able to bring it in. It was a great pass from Max Brosmer, but Dante Fleming was just not able to haul that in. Just kind of lost the ball there, unfortunately. It's currently 4th and 2. And it looks like the Vikings are actually going to go for it here. It looks like, I don't know. Nope, never mind. The punt team is out there. We got number 47, Thomas. I don't know who that is, but he's going to put it up there. Looks like a really, really bad punt. Actually, not that bad. And then they return from their own 15 there, and then returns it up to about like the 18 or 19 yard line. Giants ball. Let's change the ball. Hold up. Sorry. Boom. There we go. Remembered it. Remembered it. Fuck yeah. Now, Allen is under center. You motion somebody in the slot, and he's going to take the snap, and he's going to hand it off, and going down the middle for a gain of about 3 for the Giants offense. And that is the end of the 3rd quarter, ladies and gentlemen. The final quarter is about to commence for the first Minnesota Vikings preseason game, ladies and gentlemen. It's currently 13-10 Minnesota Vikings in MetLife. Good stuff. Oh, and I see a little report here that Jamal Adams is actually injured. Let's see what the 4th quarter is all about. Yes, sir, Mr. Double Tap. But I see here that Mr. Jamal Adams is injured. I don't know the severity of it. Let's see. So the way that people are making it out to be, it looks like he got hurt pretty bad, which is not a great sign. Not sex. Now I'm typing. Good job, my guy. Good job. Hopefully your fingers don't betray you and the autocorrect doesn't betray you as the voiceover thing did for you. But yeah, unfortunately, Jamal Adams, I guess, got down with an injury from what I saw from the comments and how people were reacting to Jamal Adams going down. It looks like it is a pretty severe kind of, at least sitting out a couple weeks sort of injury, which is not great. Hope for a speedy recovery for Mr. 32 Jamal Adams that we picked up about a couple weeks ago for this Minnesota Vikings defense. Right, here comes the New York Giants offense once again, and Allen is under center. He's got a running back in the backfield. It is going to be a play-action play. It's going to be a dump-off, and then there was a defender to be able to get the tackle, but was able to get positive yards from a potential loss of yards, and he gains about a yard or so. It is currently 3rd down for this Giants offense. It is 3rd and 6. Now, Allen is in the gun. He's got a running back to his left. He's going to audible, change the play. And he is going to take the snap. He's looking down the field. He's looking down the left side. Heaves it downfield for another interception for this Minnesota Vikings team. What a great interception for Mr. Thomas, number 39. It was up in the air for a little bit too long, and 39 was able to snag the ball. And he got kind of tripped up, but luckily he was able to hold on to the ball. Great play. Yeah, Mr. Allen, he doesn't look too great out there, but hey, a great play from this Minnesota Vikings team, ladies and gentlemen. Put him back in the bench. Give us Jameis Winston, man. I love that boy, number 19. But let's see where this no. You take Allen. Oh, hell nah. But another great display from this Minnesota Vikings defense. Hell no, I'm not taking Allen. Hell no. Number 12. We already have another number 12. His name is Max Brosmer. In a way. And Odell, he looks a little bit disappointed, my man. It's a preseason game, my boy. And you have a 3rd-string quarterback throwing you the ball. What do you expect, my boy? But here, it's a wider scope of the play. Okay, here's Allen. And he, for some reason, it's just frozen. Oh, they're just talking about the play. Still frozen. I want to see the play. More like dirt QB. Exactly. And they just went back to commercial. I wanted to see them show the play because it was a wider scope play or from a different angle. Son of a bitch. Aiden Hutchinson is on my screen. I don't want to see this man. But the Vikings get the ball once again and has decent field position. They're still in their own territory, but I think he picked it off around like the 40 some, the 45 maybe. And these stupid commercials keep crashing my live stream, man. Why are you crashing my live stream? Okay, here we go. Now we are back from commercial. It's Carson Wentz, and then it is a jet sweep play for the first down and a lot more. A great call. I think that's Dylan Bell for the jet sweep. And that is a first down for this Minnesota Vikings team, and they get into the New York territory. Now Wentz is under center. He motions Dylan Bell to his left side. Wentz is going to take the snap. It is a bootleg, and he's just going to check it down to Dylan Bell, but he drops the ball. It is an incomplete pass. Got a little bit scared there, my boy. And that is, he had a great play, but also had a really bad play. It was a wide open ball, and he just kind of drops it. And he could potentially be a cut candidate for the 53-man roster too. So he has to display some good shit here, my man. Fuck. Play by Mr. Bell there. Okay, now Wentz is in the gun. He's got Xavier Scott to his right. 2 receivers lined up to the right and 1 to his left. He is going to take the snap and just give it to Dante Fleming. And then that was a great defensive play by number 31 for a loss of about 2 on the play for 31 Jones for a little screenplay. And there was just nobody there. That wasn't a very good play design there. I guess maybe the O-linemen were supposed to be there a lot earlier, but it's currently 3rd and 13 for this Minnesota Vikings team. Wentz is in the gun. He has somebody to his right side. He is going to take the snap and blown up play. And it is a flag. It might be a delay of game on this Minnesota Vikings team. But no, there's a timeout, and I think from the Minnesota Vikings. And that is their second timeout of this half. Or whose timeout is it? Is it the Vikings or is it Giants? It hasn't shown it. It hasn't said anything to me yet. Is it the Vikings or... Still waiting. Okay, it is a timeout from the Minnesota Vikings. So that is their second timeout used. I actually should put on my headphones for this audio, man. Okay, it's 3rd and 13 for this Minnesota Vikings team. Wentz is in the gun. Xavier Scott to his right. Wentz is going to take the snap. He's looking down the left side, and he's going to go, and then the ball is tipped up from the line. A lineman deflected the ball, and it is currently 4th and 13. Am I a gamer? Like a video gamer? I used to be. Not anymore, unfortunately. I would love to, but just not anymore. But yeah, a great play from the D-line of just getting up there and tipping that ball from Wentz. But that guy was just not going to go anywhere, unfortunately. But here comes the punt team. Yeah, I'm not really a gamer anymore. I used to be, but, you know, not a whole lot of time. But what I am going to play is the Wolverine game that's going to be coming out in less than a month, so I'm very excited for that. But a good punt. They got it to like the Giants' like 9-yard line. So good on that punter, ladies and gentlemen. It is still a 13 and 10 game. It is the 4th quarter, and there is currently 12 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Oops. Vikings, there we go. These stupid commercials keep crashing my stream. But hey, there's some good amount of football left to be played, but this Minnesota Vikings defense has been playing really, really well. Unfortunately, they couldn't capitalize on another great takeaway from the defense. But this Allen guy isn't doing too great, unfortunately, but it is preseason. But at least the Vikings are putting it to him. They're not really able to run the ball, and they clearly can't put the ball down the field. or throw the ball down the field. So, hey man, that's your teammate, man. That's your teammate, number 12. Watch him be a Hall of Famer one day. I'm gonna look back at this comment and say, hey, yeah, there was this guy. And watch, there's this guy. His name is Double Tap. All the way back whenever I first started doing streaming, and he said, "Fuck Allen," and look at him now. Imagine. But unfortunately, some guys, they just never make it out. Never make it out. But it is currently Giants ball. Too many commercials, taking way too long and crashing my streaming service to try to, watch this game. We currently have 5 viewers. Hey, I appreciate all you guys, ladies and gentlemen, man. It's been a great time. I've been so happy, and hopefully there's more to come. There's more to come. Yeah, if they injected him with fucking skill boost juice, for sure. There's a lot of naked men on the field or in the stands with their shirts off. What is happening here? They got their nips out for Mr. Allen here, showing him all the support up in MetLife Field, ladies and gentlemen. And they are in the pistol at their own 9-yard line, 8-yard line. He's going to take the snap, and then there was an amazing defensive play to stop that run from number 69 on the Vikings defense. Benkinson is the running back. It is 2nd and 11 for this Giants offense. Now, Allen is under center. Benkinson in the backfield. He motions somebody to his right. Vikings shift. They are going to bring 5. And then there is Benkinson trying to cut back to the right. And there's a potential holding call on the Giants and is going to send him back. Yes, it is a holding call on the Giants. Holding on number 86, but the Vikings are going to decline because it is 3rd and long for this New York Giants team. There's 11 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock in the 4th quarter. Allen is in the gun. He's going to motion somebody to his right. Allen. It is 3rd and 7. Allen is going to take the snap. He's looking down his right side, and then it's going to be tipped up at the line and is going to be incomplete. Another great takeaway from this Minnesota Vikings 3rd-string team. They're showing up, man. They're putting a lot of pressure on this Allen kid. He threw it to his right side, and then there was just a great tip from number 93 of the Minnesota Vikings defense. And here comes the punt team, and Dante Fleming is going to be taking the punt return. Number 19. Fortunately, it's not Adam Thielen. Stout with the right-footed kick in his own end zone. Puts it out, and it is a great punt. And then there is a botched Fleming kind of botches the punt return, but luckily there was nobody there, and he returns it for about 12 yards. But there is another flag, and I'm guessing that it is gonna be on the Minnesota Vikings. He muffed the ball. Let's see what this flag is all about. Kevin O'Connell is saying that it's on the Giants. So potentially there could be something there. But Kevin O'Connell's kind of bitching out there a little bit. But it seems like they're going to redo the punt. That's a shiny looking ball, bruh. And it looks like they are going to redo the punt. John Harbaugh and the ref are chatting right now. It's taking a little bit, but it definitely does seem like they're going to redo the punt. And the refs are also talking to KOC and our special teams coordinator. And Kevin O'Connell's letting him have it, just talking to him. All right, let's get an official announcement on this flag from the referee. Okay, so there's 2 fouls on the play, both by illegal formation on the offense. And the receiving team on the return, there is a hold, and those penalties offset, so they're going to redo the punt. They're showing Odell Beckham Jr. once again. I'm interested on how often they're going to be putting him out there. Okay, it's 4th and 7. The punt team is still out there. They're taking it way too long, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what is happening. They're just having a whole scuffle and just, I don't know what they're doing out there. But finally, there is Stout in his own end zone gonna do this punt. And Stout with his right-footed punt. And is another really good punt. There goes Fleming to the right side of the field. He cuts back and then gets down to about the 41-yard line, 42-yard line in their own territory. And there is a giant down, number 25, slow to get up. There is 10 minutes and 44 seconds into the 4th quarter, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, a lot of money. Another commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. Not very eventful. That took a long time. That was about like 5 minutes of my time that I want back. Why did I have to take so long? All these guys. One ref was talking to John Harbaugh and another ref was talking to Kevin O'Connell. It's just like, how about you guys just announce it to the world on the Jumbotron or on the speakers that just say, hey, there's offsetting penalties on both sides of the both teams. Like, come on. I'm really hungry. Oh my God, I'm starving right now. Are you guys snacking on anything out there? You guys snacking? But hey. But Jay Ward with a electric, I'm seeing the replay, but with an electric fucking, whatchamadill. It's an electric sack. Amazing stuff by Mr. Jay Ward, number 24. Okay, so I got some stats here from both Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason. They had 6 carries in total with that first drive, 44 yards, and 7 yards per carry, which is really good. That's like a really good sign for the this Vikings run game. That makes me happy. That makes me a little bit horny too, just a little bit. Did I just say that? No, I didn't. You said that. Somebody made me say it. I think Gene Gray corrupted my mind for a second to make me say that. Sorry about that. What the hell? Whoa, that was just crazy. But we are on another commercial break. Another great display of the Vikings defense. Just kind of smothering this Giants offense down a little bit. But yeah. These long ass commercials, man. Fuck. And I'm really curious on why Kevin O'Connell sent out Carson Wentz one more time. Let's see if he puts out Max Brosmer out there. Okay, now we're back. I keep getting sent back, bruh. But we are back. Looks like it was a handoff play. It is currently 2nd and 7. We are close to New York's territory. There's currently 10 minutes on the play clock. They have Wentz out there once again. Wentz is in the gun. He has Devon Claiborne in the on his left, and then Wentz is just going to check it down and then get close to the first down. He's about a yard short to the sticks. It is 3rd down. Less than 10 minutes left to go in this 4th quarter. The score is 13-10, ladies and gentlemen. The ball is given to the Minnesota Vikings, ladies and gentlemen. Now they're showing Lawrence Taylor's Wall of Fame. And now they're showing Carson Wentz in the gun. Once again, he is going to pass and he's going to check it down. And then it gets blocked once again at the line. Both lines are just having a grand old time just blocking it. And that is going to be a 3rd and out for this Vikings offense. It was by number 48, Ford, to block Carson Wentz's pass. It is 4th and 1, and I'm expecting them to bring out the punt team unless they're going to be doing a little bit of a trick play here. Nope, the punt team is out there. And here's Thomas, number 47. And his kick is up to the right side. It is going to be a fair catch at the Giants' 5-yard line. A great punt by Mr. 47, Thomas. Great job. Now let's see what this Minnesota Vikings defense is going to do once again. They have been absolutely locking down Allen and the Giants offense here. See what Brian Flores or whoever's calling the plays going to cook up here. Okay, they're at their own 5-yard line, and Allen is under center. It is pistol formation. Allen is going to take the snap, and he's going to hand it off, and he's going to be stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Nowhere to go. Just show the game. It's illegal. Dude, it won't let me send no message for a while, and I closed out like 5 times. Now you're good, homie. All good. All these platforms, NFL Network, the stream, it's like Twitch and everything is just crashing and things are not going well. Cash Beast, I can't, my man. I just can't. Now, Allen is in the gun. He is going to take the snap. The Vikings bring 5, and then there's just a wide open wide receiver to get the first down in about like 8 more yards after the first down. Everyone on Twitch app shows the game, just don't show the advertisement. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. That's going to be hard, but I mean, I'm just kind of practicing. For when it actually happens in real life, ladies and gentlemen. And then there goes a handoff down the middle for the Giants, and then it gets about 4 or 5 yards for the first carry. But I don't want to take any chances. I'm not going to take any chances. Nope. 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 But like I said, I'm also just preparing for the actual regular season where I just can't have the game displayed up, you know? But... and just working on my commentary. But Allen is in pistol formation. He's going to take the snap. It is going to be another handoff play. And he gets about... and he gets a good amount of yardage there, about like 3 or 4 on the handoff. And it's going to be 3rd and 1. Or 3rd and 6. Oh, it looks like he got way far. But it's going to be 3rd and 6. Or 3rd and 4. They keep changing it up. Under 7 minutes for the 4th quarter. Allen is in the gun. It is 3rd and 3. They keep changing it up. The play clock is running down, and Allen takes a snap. He's looking to his left side. He pump fakes, and he gives it to a wide open receiver, and then he gets a good block, and then goes down the field and gets a good gain. The stupid... I don't know what the camera people were doing, but there was nowhere near like the completion. But a great play by the New York Giants offense. Yeah, sure, you could go pay for the YouTube TV. Everyone else does. I'm just here for a good time. Currently watching the games. If you need to come to platforms, let me. But got some great extra yards on that play. Allen motions somebody, and Allen is under center. He is going to take the snap. He's going to hand it off. And then there was a great tackle, and he gets about 3 on the carry. There's currently 5 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock in the 4th quarter. It is 2nd and 7. Allen is going to motion somebody to his right. He's in the gun, somebody to his right. And he is going to take the snap. He's looking to his right side, just dumps it off, and then gets a good gain and actually fights for the first down, breaks 2 tackles, and is on the 41 or 42 yard line for number 20, Gray. Showing some heart out there, putting his shoulder down, breaking 1 tackle, and then breaking another one, spin moving to get the first down. Who, me? In and out? What do you mean, in and out? Like the mic, or what you talking about? Or is it just laggy? Now it is pistol formation. They're going to hand it off, and they can't really stop this run game as of right now. It is 2nd down. He gained about like 3 or 4 yards there. He had 3 yards there on that carry. Oh, glitchy. Ah, shit. It's probably just internet issues. 2nd and 6, and then there's a great defensive play to stop that run. He only gains about 1 or 2 yards. Is it still going on? Is it still going on, or are we good? Are we live? We live. And Micah McFadden is doing an interview. Okay, now Allen is in the gun. He's got somebody to his left side. He motions to his right. Allen is going to take the snap on 3rd and 5. He is looking to his left side, just dumps it right to the left, and then he shakes somebody off, and then there is a great play, and there's also a flag on the play. Kevin O'Connell was kind of complaining before the play even got out there. Still glitchy. Uh-oh. I wonder what's up. Here, let's see. Is it like pretty bad, or is it like my mic, or is it like just in general? Let's see. You freeze for like 3 seconds and then come back. Weird. That might just be like my PC, maybe? I don't know. Here, I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna look up on my end from just a second source on my phone here. Looks like I'm okay on my end. I don't know what could potentially be the issue, but it is 3rd and 15. I don't know what the penalty was, but they're kind of going to get fucked here, and it looks like they're showing a lot of pressure, and they're actually going to dump back, and then it's going to be a screenplay, and they're going to get nowhere near the sticks, and it is going to be 4th and long. Ladies and gentlemen, there's 3 minutes on the clock, and here comes the potential not punt team, but field goal team, actually. Better now? Okay, cool. Awesome. It probably was just maybe like a little bit of my end with the internet or just even my PC. No, it's going to be the punt team. Mr. 15 Stout is going to punt it away. There is currently 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and his punt is up. And it's a pretty decent punt there. It is a fair catch, and he catches it around the Vikings, like 7 or 8 yard line. I know, I'm surprised they didn't go for it because there's only it's about to be the 2 minute warning. So if they get a couple more like first downs, then it's just GG's. But I guess they're just confident that they're going to stop Carson Wentz in this offense. But Carson Wentz this game has gotten majority of the snaps of any quarterback that has played currently today for the Vikings. I wonder if that tells you a lot that maybe O'Connell's trying to maybe show people that, hey, Carson Wentz is actually going to be our number 2 guy, which is pretty sad for McCarthy. Where's our quarterback? Okay, Carson Wentz is actually coming out again here, ladies and gentlemen, and he's going to be taking the ball from the Vikings' own 5 yard line, actually. And Carson Wentz is under center. He has Damon Claiborne in the backfield, and he's going to give it to Damon Claiborne, or I don't even know who that is, and gets tackled for about a loss there. And that is the 2 minute warning, ladies and gentlemen. A great defensive play by this Giants defense. More commercials, and it's just going to crash my stream. Oh, man. Oh, man. See how this is going to go, because the Vikings potentially have a chance to go 3 and out and then have to punt the ball, and the Giants have 3 timeouts, so they could go down there and potentially score or tie this game up. Gonna tie it up. Need to change the ball placement, man. Fuck. I keep forgetting the ball. Oops. Oh, I did the score. Whoopsie daisy. It's Vikings ball. There we go. Boom. Easy. Easy. But this could be interesting for a little bit. What other platforms do I stream on? I stream on YouTube. The exact same name. We are Vikings, just without the 18. But we are Vikings, and I have a bald Justin Jefferson profile pic. So. Too many commercials, man. Just get this shit over with. Are you asking because there's potential like stream lag and stuff on Twitch? And it might be better on YouTube or something? But yeah, check out all of my other socials. Pretty much We Are Vikings is my handle on pretty much everything. I post a lot of different content there to the Vikings, strictly the Vikings, memes, little funny skit videos and whatnot. I'll bet I look at them and follow you there as well. I appreciate you, my man. I appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in for my first live commentary stream, play-by-play for both of ours first NFL preseason game. Appreciate you. It is 13-10. 2 minutes left on the clock for this Giants defense. But the Vikings are backed up all the way to their 4-yard line. And Wentz is in the gun in his own end zone, ladies and gentlemen. And Wentz is going to take the snap and he's just going to heave it towards Dante Fleming, and Dante Fleming is going to get some good breathing room out of their own end zone and gets about 5 or 6 yards there. And is going to be about 3rd and 4. It is 3rd and 3. And unfortunately, they jumped out of bounds, so the clock stopped. Look at Kyler Murray with the blings, ladies and gentlemen. It is 3rd and 3. Can they convert it? And they have to hike the ball really quick, and Carson Wentz gets the ball off. It is a bootleg to the right side. Carson is looking, and he's just going to heave it. And then there was an amazing catch by number 81. A great catch to continue this Minnesota Vikings drive. Marshall Lang is his name. Number 81. It was a bootleg, and the Giants take a timeout. And a great throw by Carson Wentz. That was the Giants' first timeout. Okay, and I got an update here on Jamal Adams here. The Vikings defender was carted to the locker room after suffering an apparent injury during the first half of Saturday's preseason game against the Giants. It looks pretty serious if he was carted off, man. That sucks. There is currently a minute 35 left on the play clock. I keep saying cock, bro. Gog. And John Harbaugh is kind of throwing a fit here. I guess maybe he's complaining about the catch because it was a very great contested catch that looked like it could have hit the ground potentially. Well, no, that's the catch. His hand was right under the ball. No contest, no need to look it back. But Carson Wentz takes the snap. He's going to hand it off. And then there was just nobody there and gets lit up and lost for about like 4 or 5 yards. And then there is the second timeout for this Giants defense, or this Giants team. There it goes, ladies and gentlemen. They only got one more timeout left. The Vikings need a first down to just close this game out. And they win their very first preseason game, 13-10. The Vikings lost about 2 yards there, actually. And it is 2nd and 12. There is a minute 30 left in this game. Right now, Wentz is under center. He's got a running back in the backfield. He's going to motion somebody to his left. It is going to be a jet sweep. There's nobody. It's just open field. And then he puts his shoulder down and he gets a good gain, about 7 yards on that play. And there goes the Giants' last time out, ladies and gentlemen. Oops. Now the Giants have no more timeouts, and this could be very crucial because this is a game over for this minute, or for the Giants team, if they make this first down. It is 3rd and 3. We'll see what the Vikings cook up here, ladies and gentlemen, to try to seal this, their first preseason win of the season, of the 2026 season. Righty, there's a minute 24 left on the play, or left on the clock. It is 3rd and 3. And Wentz is in the gun. He's going to take the snap, and he's just going to heave it towards Dante Fleming, and he makes one guy miss, and then he jumps in, makes 2 guys miss, and that is first down, and that is game over for this Minnesota Vikings team. Dante Fleming with a little check down in the backfield, and then makes one guy miss, jukes one guy, and then stiff arms one guy, and then leaps for the first down. And that is pretty much going to be GG's for this Minnesota Vikings team, ladies and gentlemen. GG's. Now the Vikings are in victory formation, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. The Minnesota Vikings go into MetLife and beat the New York Giants 13-10. Skol, Dad, skol. Yes, sir. Let's go. Everybody, say hello to my dad. W's in the chat for my dad, man. Tuning in to the live stream. W dad. And there you have it for the Vikings' first preseason game, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of ups and downs for this Minnesota Vikings team. Whenever it comes to the first quarter, it was a pretty good showing, in my opinion, for the Vikings offense, for their first drive with the ones out there. Kyler Murray and the run game was going really well. Not really any complaints there. And unfortunately, just couldn't. Aaron Jones with that one catch that he should have gotten for the first down and continue the drive. It's just they couldn't bring it down, unfortunately, or he couldn't bring it down, unfortunately, and had to have Will Riker come out and be the GOAT that he is and busted in for 3. Defense in general, it was definitely like in the first half, it was pretty good. Obviously, they let the Giants have a touchdown, but that was just a great play by the rookie Fields, number 0, right over Ivan Pace's head for the 6. And but all in all, after that, the defense was holding up, especially in the second half where they picked off number 12. His name was Allen, twice. Capitalized once, or couldn't capitalize on one of them, but was able to capitalize on the other interception, and that was able to get them the lead. But yeah, defense was doing really well, even with having the 2s and 3s out there. Was happy about the run game. No, not really any complaints from the ones, anyways. Of course, you know, you could talk about how it was different for the 2s and 3s, but all in all, showed pretty good promise, right? I would have liked to see K1 in the gun and in pistol formation more during that drive, and I would have liked to seen another drive from K1 and the ones. Unfortunately, not. And the big story that probably people are gonna have for this this game, and the biggest takeaway from this game is how McCarthy performed. And unfortunately, from my eyes and what I saw, McCarthy, it didn't look like he improved, really. It still looked like the same dude, unfortunately, from how it was last year. Of course, you're playing up again, or you have a second string offensive line, but he just kind of got happy feet, looked stiff, looked scared, didn't really want to put the ball down the field. And it doesn't help whenever you have second string receivers too that aren't open and can have contested catches, right? But he did have a great throw and great concentration, scrambled out of the pocket, and then threw a great ball towards Ty Felton. And Felton had a great adjustment and was literally going to get the first down on second and like long, but unfortunately just couldn't put it in and just couldn't haul it in, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't know. It just didn't look good from his side of the ball, unfortunately. Like I said, happy feet, doesn't really look content in the pocket. Kind of gets, you know, a little bit nervous. And what Wentz showed is that he really outshined McCarthy. Whenever Wentz went out there, was throwing some nice balls, 12+ yard balls, 15 yards, and got them down the field, and, you know, was doing work. And I wouldn't, you know, be surprised if Kevin O'Connell kind of, you know, cuts back on potentially McCarthy being the number 2 guy. Maybe he might be the number 2 guy, but McCarthy's first showing in the preseason just didn't look great, unfortunately. But yeah, happy about the run game. O-line seemed like it held up pretty well. Wish I could have seen K1 throw some balls down the field. Wish I could have seen the ones out there for at least one more drive, and get those guys some reps in real games. But Kyler looked really poised in his position. Didn't look scared or afraid in any way, shape, or form. And so that's a breath of fresh air. And then also, I forgot, whenever the Giants committed another pass interference into the end zone, Wentz just threw it up to Miles Price, and then bang, perfect ball placement and a great one-handed catch next to the sideline for number 4. Like, that shit was crazy. Great adjustment, great concentration, beautiful shit. Unfortunately, it looks like Mr. Jamal Adams is pretty hurt. I didn't see him get carted off, and that's really unfortunate, just for the player in itself, and also what he could have brought, depending on what his injury is, but what he was going to bring to this Minnesota Vikings defense, the versatility. And he also had a great read on or a blitz, and was able to stuff somebody in the backfield and for a loss, a tackle for a loss. And it's just unfortunate, man. Unfortunate. And that's happened twice in 2 years, where we signed somebody that's pretty big in the offseason, and they get hurt in the preseason, and they're done for the year. And that was, unfortunately, Rondale Moore. Rest in peace, man. And unfortunately, that seems like what's the case for Jamal Adams, which is not good, ladies and gentlemen. But defense all around looked great. Can't complain there for sure. Happy with that. But I'm just hoping that, that could translate into real games. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know if this was a successful, first time for, me commentating and everything. Definitely a lot of nerves, but settled in over time. But I just had a blast, and it's just great that, that I could do this. I'm not saying it like I'm doing it full time, but just having the opportunity to be able to do it. And I appreciate you, Double Tap, for tuning in for pretty much the entire stream. I appreciate you so much. I'm pretty sure we have another preseason game next week on a Saturday as well against the Baltimore Ravens. And like I said, if you guys are new here, I cover the Vikings, or not necessarily cover, I'm not professional or nothing, but I do a lot of just different Vikings content, just solely on the Vikings, memes, skits, and stuff like this, where I commentate live play-by-plays, and just tune in for that, because I'm going to be doing that for every single Vikings game for this season. And so, very excited, very, very, very optimistic for this Vikings team. A lot of people are just kind of like writing us off, like, no, they're not going to be successful and whatnot, but we'll see. I'm definitely really hyped to see what Kyler Murray could do for this Minnesota Vikings team. Can't wait. Hopefully we could get Jets in on the action a lot more, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's been awesome, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I just can't wait. Just cannot wait for what the future holds for this Minnesota Vikings team for the 2026 season. Am I rambling? It feels like I'm rambling. But... oh, wait, I forgot to put the F. I have an F thing. Wait, where's the quarter? Take that off and then put F. Final. There we go. Look at that. Damn it, I keep forgetting, man. I keep forgetting. But successful first stream, I think, definitely going to tweak some things. And if you guys also have suggestions of what I could, or how I can make my stream better, just open to anything. Because I want to get this going. I want to get this to make it like it's going to be, a thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not professional whatsoever, and I'm still learning, but hey, it's been fun. But yeah, like I said, just tune in. I pretty much post Vikings content every week. I'm currently doing a series on with the game NFL Street Reborn. NFL Street Reborn is pretty much just NFL Street 2, just with mods of the current roster. And I do that every week, every Sunday or whenever they play the Vikings. And pretty much the goal is that if I could get more wins than the real Minnesota Vikings team in that game. So I think I've already passed this, so it's already achieved. But I'm playing through the whole season. Tomorrow I'm gonna be uploading, and I'm pretty sure we're playing. Who are we playing? I think the Giants, actually. No, yeah, we do play the Giants, which is so ironic. So tune into that. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be fun. And check out all the other videos that I posted, all the other memes and just skits. And also check out all the videos that I have of the NFL Street Reborn stuff. It's pretty entertaining, I think. And yeah, it will help me a lot. And just to get myself in the... just in the mix of the NFL world, and especially with the Minnesota Vikings community, which is the greatest community in all of the NFL. And so, yeah. So, enough of my begging here, enough of my, plugging and whatnot. And I'm going to get out of here. It's been a great 4 hours of stream, and Like I said, I'm gonna upload a video for you guys tomorrow, and probably have some clips of this stream of different highlights of the game. And yeah, I appreciate you guys tuning in for new content, and I'll be live streaming next week for the Minnesota Vikings taking on the Baltimore Ravens in their second preseason game. All right, love you.